I've never seen them do it like that.
Ready? Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, it is April 29th, committee meeting day. Mr. Downey?
Yes, I'd like to offer a motion that we go into executive session for the purposes of discussing legal matters, discipline hearings, and litigation.
All right. Second by Mr. Griffin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, and personnel, sorry.
And personnel. Say one more time. Say second.
I take that amendment.
All in favor? Aye. All right, we're in executive session. God, I'm not a lawyer, but I stayed at a
Wow.
last night.
Oh my gosh.
I have so many friends that are lawyers.
Where are we going? Okay.
Free legal advice.
Roger, lunch will be here in just a few minutes.
Calhoun City are on it.
No, there's not.
Sounds good and smells good.
Thank you. Sorry we were running a little late today. We did exit executive session earlier with a motion from Nick Ellis and a second from Cornita, and the vote was unanimous to exit executive session. We are now ready to start our committee meetings. Mr. Downey.
Okay. Ms. Aller gonna read a slide or?
Yeah, hey Jason, it's
Yes.
Monica Zoller.
Hey, Martha.
I'm gonna ask you if you could run the meeting, please, because I'm remote and I'm having a little trouble hearing.
All right. All right, Martha.
That'd be great.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
Absolutely. All right, we have a very full agenda for District Class City Charter Schools Committee items, and it looks like the first item is a strategic waiver school system amendment for Walton.
Yes. Good morning. Walton County Schools is seeking an amendment to its strategic waiver school system contract to support disability, to address operational needs and support student achievement and growth. The Walton County Board of Education approved the amendment request on December 8, 2025. Walton County Schools seeks to waive laws and rules related to school councils to streamline and maximize the use of its support organizations, middle school program criteria to integrate enrichment and interdisciplinary learning, promotion and retention to align with MTSS and personalized learning pathways, and professional learning to recognize micro-credentials and coordinated resources to support leadership and instructional coaching.
Anybody have any thoughts, questions, concerns about Walton County Schools strategic waiver amendment? Do we have anyone here from Walton County?
I do not believe we need.
She should be online.
I'm sorry, I do. I have a question.
Okay.
I'm gonna have the same question for everybody.
That's okay.
So I kind of want to know what were your goals? What were their goals and what's their student performance? So why should we renew this charter? I want to hear the progress that's been made to justify renewing their charter.
So Walton County Schools, their strategic waiver system, they are in the middle of their contract. This is an amendment to their
Okay.
contract. This is not a renewal. They're
Okay.
just adding some waivers to their contract. So they've started their contract. They're going through the process. They ask for some waivers up front as they're going through. They recognize that as part of their strategic plan, there were some additional waivers that they needed to request. And so that's what this request is.
Then we can move on because I don't care about what they're waiving. I just want to know what the results are.
Okay. Any other thoughts, questions, or comments? There's no objection. Item 1 will go on to the consent agenda. Oh,
Susan Effinger is her name.
hello, Ms. Effinger. I don't know if that's on our end or your end. We cannot hear you.
Is that better? Can you hear me
Yes.
now?
Yes. How are you?
I'm well. How about you?
Good. Well, thank you for joining us today. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're seeking here with the amendment?
Yeah, is there a specific question? I was having a little trouble hearing earlier. What is the specific question? I would love to answer and talk through that.
I really don't know that anybody has a question, but if you just wanted to just say hi and smile and wave, we're good. We appreciate you being a part of the meeting, though.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much, and an honor to serve.
Thank you. And again, any further questions or follow-up? If there's none, we'll put this on the consent agenda. Item number 2, strategic waiver school system amendment for Heard County Schools.
Similarly, Heard County Schools is seeking an amendment to its strategic waiver school system contract. The Heard County Board of Education approved the amendment request on October 28, 2025. Heard County Schools is seeking to waive laws related to the Fair Dismissal Act to support its efforts to maintain a skilled, talented, and passionate workforce.
Have anyone online from Heard County Schools?
Yes, sir. I'm Mike Roberts. I'm the superintendent.
Well, Superintendent, thank you for joining us today. From the board, are there any questions regarding this? Okay. Well, we thank you for joining us today. You got off easy, no questions. Thank you. And no objection, we'll place this on the consent agenda as well, number 2. Move on to item number 3, charter system renewal for Baldwin County Schools.
Baldwin County Schools is seeking a renewal of its charter system contract. The Baldwin County Board of Education approved the charter system petition on November 11, 2025. Baldwin County Schools, located in Milledgeville, Georgia, serves approximately 4,475 students across 6 schools and is focused on student growth, emphasizing project-based learning and career tech for post-secondary readiness. During the proposed charter renewal term, Baldwin County Schools will utilize its flexibility and waivers to focus on citizenship with the Leader in Me program to develop interdisciplinary learning that expands college and career readiness for students in grades K through 12. It utilizes College and Career Academy throughout the high school to ensure workforce development opportunities for all students and the community, and to deliver a rigorous individualized instructional model through the multi-age classrooms and self-directed work. And they would transform educational equity and ensure students are prepared for life beyond school. If approved, Baldwin County's new contract would begin on July 1st, 2026 and expire on June 30th, 2031. I believe we were slated to have on hand Superintendent Christy Brooks with Baldwin County. She's here, she's in person, she's coming up to the podium.
Hello. Good afternoon. How are you doing? Good. Any questions that you have, we'll be glad to answer. Also have our Chief Academic Officer, and we are excited and honored to be here to talk about Baldwin County and our charter renewal.
I have to give a plug real quick. I did my public hearing in Baldwin County this year, and really proud of what Dr. Brooks is doing and the board, and to meet some of the board members, and appreciate what you are trying to do there in Baldwin County.
We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
If there are any questions, stop.
So my questions are fundamentally, how have you progressed? Why should we renew these waivers? Because there needs to be, it's a contract. You agree to perform better, and we agree to give you some freedom. So I want to hear how you perform better. I briefly looked at your test scores, which, except for high school, seem to be at least on the upward trajectory. So you understand?
Yep, I know your question well and appreciate it. If you look at our material, you see quickly that we are below state average in many areas, but one of the highlights that you saw was the consistent progress. Across the board, K-12, except in one area, there was significant progress, even so that we were outpacing the state average in progress, specifically at our middle school. Our middle school had been a CSI school for many years. It's off the list. They actually had 100% progress for closing the gap. And so again, that is one area that our waivers really came in handy when we were looking at how we scheduled, how we did seat time, and also how we had certification and use of REP. So that has made a tremendous difference in allowing our administrators to have the flexibility to meet children where they are. One area that we have dipped in last year, and again, I've had the privilege of being there this year. We've been focusing on these areas where we've had progress, but we need to go to the next level. One area where we did have some decline previously was in our graduation rate. And that was a significant concern, not only for our board, but our community. When we looked into the data and realized what was happening, specifically our students who were sent to alternative school through tribunal process. The alternative school was a virtual model, and so our most vulnerable youth were at home. They were walking the streets. And so working with our community, working with our board, one of the things that we would do if this charter is renewed is we are going to have a face-to-face Baldwin Success Academy. And in our Success Academy, that will be a piece of students who are having an alternative learning environment. They will have a modified day, but they will be working directly with Central Georgia Tech, our technical college, so that we can accelerate career deployment of those students and really work to help break the cycle that so many of our students who are vulnerable youth have experienced. And that's been one of the greatest things that we've worked on this year is planning for the future of how not only will that help our students be able to be career ready, but it will also help our students break the cycle of poverty. We have a 97% graduation rate for students who successfully complete their career pathways. if we have our students who are struggling on that same path, again, we're going to be able to open up options for them. So those are some of the small things that we put our focus in this year to make a big impact for children.
Has a charter, or can you identify ways that being a charter system will help with that?
One, and I use the word, it's such an easy way that there's nothing to waive. It's a mindset. Being able to sit with our administrators and even being able to sit with some of our teachers who have been, at this for decades, and to say to them, guys, we have to approach things with a yes. We have to approach things with how are we going to do this, and figure out a way that doesn't have to fit the tradition of what we've always known. When we talked about science of reading, obviously we had our 5 approved curriculum. When we started our process this summer, when we came on board and we were going through the training and we were going through what that was going to look like, we had several teachers who said, well, I can't do this because I have to do this. And then in this block, I have to do this. And, first and foremost, I answered that by saying, we want to stop. We're not even going to talk about literacy right now. We're going to talk about us as a charter and how I can't is not an option. We are mandated to do it differently. So the mindset has been the biggest thing that a charter helps and supports. And then obviously for us behind the scenes, the way that we are able to work with our certification and then the way that we are able to work with seat time, those have been some drastic areas that we've been able to open the mind of our staff and our community to say we're required to do it differently.
Like I said, briefly I've checked, you're making more progress than not, and so, yeah.
We are. We're very proud of that, but we hope that 5 years from now, when we're back up here doing it again, that we'll be exceeding the state. And we've got plans for how to do that. Working with our new strategic plan, we've got 3 large businesses in Milledgeville that have partnered with us. So again, I think that is the heart of a charter system, that it's not just us. We're bringing in our businesses. They're working with us, tutoring students. They're working with us, motivating students. And that's a weekly piece of what our community's bought in to do.
Any other questions?
Just have one question for every system that's up for renewal. With everything that's going on, with the fiduciary responsibilities that are going on, I want to make sure that every district that's submitting for renewal is current on their audit.
Yes, ma'am. Not only are we current on our audit, we just released the results to our community and our board last month. We had unmodified report. There were no findings. In addition to that, we have 18% of our money in fund balance, and that is board policy. And this year we are proposing a $2.5 million cut to our budget so we can be better stewards to our tax dollars locally.
Thank you.
I just want to say, I appreciate you bringing into the context of breaking that cycle apart, because I believe as we are looking through the data, we need to dissect it and be able to dig down to where those problems are. And not a large percentage of the time, that's where the issues are. I appreciate you all taking the approach to dig deep and put in a plan that can help.
And to brag a little bit about Baldwin's success, we not only did we do something different for our community, we're staffing it differently. Our lead administrator is a curriculum leader. And so you think typically non-traditional and you think alternative, we are pairing that individual with a very strong disciplinarian, but the instructional leader, the main face of Baldwin's success, is a curriculum leader. For the fact that we want to ensure that our most vulnerable students are having the same progress as our Georgia College Early College. 81% of those students graduate with an associate's degree. Why can we not do the same thing for our vulnerable youth? And so that is the charge that she has, and that's the plans already putting in place.
Further questions? No objection. This will go on the consent agenda as well. All right. Item number 4, charter system renewal of Calhoun County.
And just in the interest of time as well, I will, for your question, Ms. Kennemore, for all of the systems that we brought with today, checked with budget, they are all current on their audits.
Thank you very much.
Item number 4, Calhoun City Schools is seeking a renewal of its charter system contract. The Calhoun City Board of Education approved the system's renewal petition on November 17, 2025. Calhoun City Schools serves approximately 4,280 students across 5 schools. And in addition to academics, emphasizes career and technical education, arts, and athletics with extracurricular activities and community partnerships that support student engagement and future readiness. During the proposed renewal term, Calhoun City Schools will utilize its flexibility and waivers to align all spending priorities with the district's strategic plan to improve student achievement, pursue innovative course design that accounts for varied paces of student learning and unique student interests, compensate employees at competitive rates while valuing prior non-teaching responsibilities associated with an employee's teaching or support assignment. If approved, Calhoun City's new contract would begin July 1st, 2026 and expire on June 30th, 2031.
Do we have any partners from Calhoun County?
Yeah, we should have online Dr. Peter Kuhn, Assistant Superintendent, Dr. James Garrett, Assistant Superintendent, and Ms. Hope Stevenson, Chief Academic Officer.
Yes, this is Dr. Peter Coombe with Calhoun City Schools. I'm online. We apologize we couldn't make it down to the Capitol today with testing. It was all hands on deck this morning with milestones assessments.
Thank you for joining us today. I'm going to see if anybody from the board has any questions. Ms. Stockwell.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask the same question. Charter system is a contract, so we agree to give you flexibility in how you spend your money, and you agree to make improvements in student achievement. Now, again, without doing any in-depth anything, my brief look at your test scores is I'm not seeing much improvement anywhere. That across the board, you've either stayed the same or gone down slightly. So you need to justify to me why you deserve a renewal and be able to spend your money the way you want. Because I'm not seeing much improvement.
Certainly. I think if you look at 2 factors, one, if you look at numeracy, you will see improvement across the board with areas of numeracy in our school. And we attribute that largely due to the rollout of math standards, the application of instructional coaching, which is something that has been new to our district, and adding coaches into our schools, and also the rollout of new curriculum. Investing in curriculum to meet the needs of Tier 1 instruction has been a priority for Calhoun City Schools over the past several years. Because we agree we're not satisfied with our current performance in all areas, specifically with literacy. Literacy is a major statewide and nationwide focus, and we recognize that we have to meet the needs of our learners where they're at. Our population is changing each year, and it's our responsibility to meet the learners exactly where they are. So we have duplicated the success we're seeing with mathematics. We're duplicating that with literacy by adding instructional coaches that have been in place over the past year to 2 years, and we've increased that staffing model to provide appropriate professional learning, collaborative planning models, and also additional assessment models. We are a MAP system. We assess our students. The end of course assessment, of course, is a one-time annual assessment. We do MAP assessments with our students in K-12 from 3 times per year, fall, spring, and winter. The good news is this year we have seen great improvements. We just celebrated the success of our MAP assessments with each and every grade level and our teacher and student success just last week by recognizing those with the highest level of growth and achievement. So we are encouraged that the data looks like it'll make a positive shift with this spring's milestones. We also recognize that change takes time. So with the implementation of a new curriculum, the new supports we've been putting in place, it's not an overnight fix. It takes time to see those changes take an impact or make an impact with our student achievement data. And we are pleased to say that we're seeing the onset of that for literacy this year, just as we saw with numeracy over the past 1.5 to 2 years. We also look at the whole child. So we recognize too that measuring core academics is vital and important, but we also recognize that meeting the collegiate and college and career readiness needs of our students is more than just looking at assessment scores in math and literacy. So we have used the innovative strategies in place in our system to open up programs such as Buzztown. If you visited a Junior Achievement Discovery Center, you'll note that we've been able to mimic and model that in our elementary setting. So all of our students in K-6 have an opportunity to be exposed to career pathways at the youngest level and not just waiting until they get to middle or high school for college and career. We also partner with local industry. We have an incredibly high work-based learning population of students who are earning over $600,000 annually for a system of our size. That's remarkable. Participation in our College Career Academy is one of the highest in the state. We're a school within a school model, and that was entirely funded through the district and through the innovative funding formulas. Consolidation of funding has been tremendous in helping us meet the needs of our students by removing some of the barriers that were in place prior to charter. And then, of course, with the ability to exercise waivers with certification, we've been able to, although we hold our teachers to the highest standard, and we want all of our teachers, and all of our teachers are currently highly qualified, it gives us flexibility to hire career professionals. We currently hired an engineer for next year to fill our engineering pathway. Instead of having to meet initial certification requirements, we can do that while identifying the strongest candidates to meet the needs of our students. We've done that in multiple pathways too. So those are some examples of how we're working to meet the needs of our students. We recognize that the achievement, the growth, and the progress takes time, but we do feel like we are finding success in that each and every day and moving forward. And that is thanks to our charter. We hope to be able to renew our charter and continue to demonstrate that growth for you. So 5 years from now, as Dr. Brooks shared, we can come and show you the growth and achievement that we feel like we are capable of.
Just a question of clarification. They've been a charter system for the past 5 years, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And you haven't, I mean, again, I'm just looking at your basic test scores here. Everything is either pretty stagnant or declined over 5 years. So what it is?
Well, I think it's hard to look over a 5-year window because the assessments have changed. So it's not necessarily apples to oranges, but or apples to apples we're comparing. So it is difficult to look at a 5-year measure over a course of 5 years, even with just the standards changing and with the curriculum changing, the assessments have also changed. I would say if you look in the data that was provided on the CCRPI performance for numeracy as mentioned, you will see that progress by cohort has stayed consistently higher than the state, other than progress from middle school. The same thing for content mastery. With literacy, of course, we know that's a huge area of improvement for our school system, and that's why our resources and our time and energy has been focused there. But it is very hard to compare the data when the data shifts each and every year based on the assessment too. If the assessment had been consistent over 5 years, it would be easy to compare that data over 5 years. Unfortunately, it's not the case.
And can I just add in that, especially with our curriculum, we are in year 2 of a brand new ELA curriculum, and that is where we are really being able to up the rigor for our students. Having just come out of the schools myself and being able to kind of have a firsthand account, I think we've identified some challenges as far as the level of rigor that was kind of being presented to our students. And so with our coaches, as Dr. Coon mentioned, and then having this new curriculum, we are really doing a lot with our instructional frameworks and educating our teachers as well as our administrators on being those, curriculum leaders within the school. And we've implemented learning walks and just having a broader lens of being able to go into the classrooms more often and be able to identify some things that are needing work. Those have just been things we have implemented, I would say, in the last 2 years. And so we're already being in year 2 of the curriculum. Just based on MAP scores for projections for this year, they are projected much higher than they have been in probably the past 3 years. So we are excited to see what those scores are going to be. But just knowing that it's a knowledge building curriculum, the more that we're doing it and the more years that our students are able to, be within that and be exposed to things, in a sequential order with the knowledge building, we really are on the just cusp of being able to see those gains, and we are confident that we will be able to see those gains.
I haven't seen technology issues. We don't have not their map scores.
Yeah, what are we doing to really take a look at the middle school to ensure that there is going to be improvement there?
So our middle school specifically has implemented an intervention time that they're calling swarm time. This is new this year, where they are targeting those tier 2 and tier 3 students who are not making as many gains as they could be. They've readjusted their entire schedule. And so again, some projections are showing that is going to make progress there. So again, we're confident that we will be able to see. It was just some scheduling issues and things like that they were able to kind of overcome and implement those.
Further questions? Any objection?
I'll just say again for the record, when you're looking at math, this is actually the third year of our new standards. We had 2 years of testing standards currently. This will be our first year with new ELA and literacy standards. So we have not yet implemented those, and so we'll be able to have that information this year in literacy as well. Those are new in the science of reading and all these new components.
Yeah, there's been so much change with literacy instruction in general. I would say in the past 2 years that it's just totally changed.
I mean, I would just say the test. I mean, the test is still, again, I don't know if y'all can address what you've seen with your screener this year.
The dyslexia screener.
Yeah, I mean, you're testing the kids, during the course of the year.
Yes. So we test them with the MAP assessment, just test, benchmark assessment. But then we are using Dibbles for our dyslexia screener, and we are seeing gains at the foundational level, like the foundational skills that our students didn't have, previously. Those are coming. Those are the things that are being built upon. So now it's like our students weren't ready for the rigor that they needed to be on grade level, but now building those foundational skills and filling those gaps are allowing us will allow for further gain.
Further questions, comments, concerns? There's no objection. This will be placed on consent agenda. For separate vote, if need be.
Yeah, please do that.
Okay, this will be pulled for separate vote. Number 4 will be separate vote. Thank you for your time today, for joining us.
Thank you.
And we will now move to item number 5, charter system renewal for Carrollton City. Excuse me.
The Carrollton City Board of Education approved the charter system renewal petition on November 11, 2025. Carrollton City Schools serves approximately 5,970 students across 4 schools, focuses on challenging learners, innovative practices, and strong resources for success. During the proposed charter renewal term, Carrollton City Schools will utilize its flexibility and waivers to create rich, immersive oral language learning environments for children ages 3 through kindergarten to nurture early communication development and build a strong foundation in early literacy skills. Integrate a knowledge building component into the literacy block for grades 1 through 3 to strengthen vocabulary, comprehension, and content understanding. Expand opportunities and expectations for students in grades 1 through 12 to engage in community service experiences that foster civic responsibility and demonstrate respect and gratitude for community partners' continued support. If approved, Carrollton City's new contract would begin July 1st, 2026 and expire June 30th, 2031. And we have with us Superintendent Mark Howard.
Good afternoon. Appreciate Superintendent Woods and the board for having us here and for going through the process. Dr. Pritchard's been great with her committee and learned a lot through the process. I've heard what some of the questions are and whatnot from the prior schools. And I just wanted to focus in on, they've said some of this stuff, but I want to focus in on personnel when it comes to the charter umbrella. And that's really been a strong piece of this for us. First and foremost, we've been able to hire folks out of industry, numerous situations where we've been able to get really strong, talented people that can come into education and bring their industry knowledge of their subject and really benefit kids. We do the professional development with them about how to teach and how to go about that. And we get them certified over the years that we have available to get them certified. But that's been very, very crucial when we're talking about a teacher shortage across the board, not only in our region, but in the state and the nation. So having the ability to be able to bring in industry experts and teach, and that's not just the local engineer that's retired and now wants to come in and teach STEM. We have that, but there are folks that want to come in and teach math or want to teach chemistry and whatnot, and they have a background within their space of math and science, but they want to come in and become a teacher. That is very, very, very beneficial to us because those are high needs. We've been able to harness that talent. And then on the opposite side of that is being able to move people on that don't belong in education. And that's a key component here, and people want to dismiss that. But in public education, we've had a cloud over our head for 100 years of once somebody gets in a position, you can't get rid of them, even if they're bad for kids. Within the charter, we've been able to move people on into a different career path because a simple litmus test with our leaders, okay, is if you won't put your own child in that classroom, then we have an issue and we need to either get them ramped up very quickly or we need to move them into a different field. All right, we're not here to ruin anybody's career or hurt anybody's family, but that's how it works in the private sector if you're leading your company properly. And we've been able to do that. Now, do we go looking for that? We don't. We want to coach and support every teacher and every leader in our system. But there comes a time where if it's not a good match for that career, we need to move them on. And I appreciate the flexibility that we've been given to do that. And just to the question about fiduciary finances, I appreciate that. We have a mantra at Carrollton that we're ready to be audited at any time. And that's how we operate. So we definitely stay on top. Even if it wasn't required, we do an audit every year. I think it's good practice. And also you improve through it as you go. But, you know, our books are always open to the public, and I welcome anybody to come look at them. Our school board is very, very strong on being conservative, but also getting the teachers what they need and most of their wants as well. But we're good stewards, and we take that very seriously. One of the things I'll tell you about what we're trying to do is we feel like in our community, the sooner we can get our students to school, the better. When we're talking about literacy and also just doing school, and we can get the youngest kids there, their trajectory really is different if we can get them there early. We have 12 pre-K4 classrooms right now. We've worked hard over the last several years to beef that up. We've brought in about 4 or 5 in the last several years. We're currently building, our school board is building an early learning center, which is going to house kindergarten, pre-K4, and then we're going to have a pre-K3 grade. So just getting those kids to our school, like I said, to really support the foundation for them, get them breakfast and lunch, which is crucial in their physical development, and then also get them on the trajectory so when they go over to the elementary school at first grade, they're ready and they are well above many of their peers around the region and state. So we have the data is clear on getting kids on reading level as soon as possible, and that's what we're committed to doing. The other part of this I'll say is our community is very pleased with the end result. We have gotten so many kids a plan for after high school, and not only a plan, but being able to execute that plan. It's one thing to get them out of high school with a diploma, but it's another thing for them to be able to work or learn in a proper manner that they can stay in whatever their endeavor is, whether it be at the university or in their job or in the military. we feel strongly that we have made gains for getting our kids launched, and it's been good for our community. What questions you got? Yes, ma'am.
So again, I have 2 years worth of test data here in literacy and numeracy and your graduation rate. And again, just as a general look, you've made more progress than not across the board. But one area that did kind of dip pretty significantly was your literacy in elementary school. And I'm curious, I have 2 questions. One is everything that you've thought about in terms of school readiness, is that directed towards that? And my second question is, you've made more progress than not across the board. So what do you attribute being able to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I hear you about the teacher thing, but I look at that as anything outside the career academy.
No, explain what you just said about the people thing, because we're in the people business.
Well, you mentioned teachers who teach in the career fields, and but that that's it.
I didn't articulate probably well enough, but you can talk about CTAE, but it's also like in needs areas. Like when I get an engineer that wants to teach calculus, that's huge. I mean, there's a lot of areas that cannot find a calculus teacher. They can't find an AP chemistry teacher. So when we're able to get that person in, and whether they're retired or they just want to switch a career, they need to earn and they need benefits. And so we can't wait 2 years for them to get a master's in education when they're mid-career and they have a family. So it is very powerful to be able to move someone in and teach a high-level course, and we'll coach them on the teaching piece over time. So I appreciate you noticing that. The scores and whatnot, we keep fighting and we keep trying to get better, and we keep trying to find good, talented leaders and teachers that are going to support our kids. We don't shift from one year to the other because of test scores. We look at the longer longitudinal, but definitely at the we just know it's so critical to get the kids on a good start. And so we've put a lot of resources in to, I'd argue that we have one of the more robust pre-K programs. We're even going to go lower into pre-K 3, which presents some opportunities, but we're going to take those on because we feel strongly that the sooner we get the kids, we'll get them on a career path or a educational path that will benefit them. Any other questions?
Just in general, just for the population out there, is there any other reason? I mean, why does being a charter system help you do what you're doing?
Well, I don't want to be redundant, but having the flexibility to be able to support and meet the kids' needs where they're at. And again, it goes back to people and having, you got to have strong leadership, but you have to have good people in the classroom. That's where it's at. And so having that, I can't emphasize enough that across the board, we don't move enough people along that are hiding in education. Okay, so allowing us to be able to do that in the proper way has really, really ramped up the teaching and learning in Carrollton City.
I really appreciate you saying that. Yeah.
Thank you all.
Any further questions, comments? Thank you for your time. Thanks for coming today. If there's no objection, this will be placed on the consent agenda. Sorry, everybody, I'm having to turn around here. And we will move on to item number 6, which is Dougherty County Schools.
Dougherty County Schools is seeking a renewal of its charter system contract. The Dougherty County Board of Education approved the renewal petition on December 4th, 2025. Dougherty County Schools, located in Albany, Georgia, serves approximately 13,705 students across 21 schools and focuses on creating a culture of excellence, offering high-quality learning to empower students academically, socially, and personally. During the proposed charter renewal term, Dougherty County Schools will utilize its flexibility and waivers to expand early literacy learning opportunities, Continue to foster a culture of high expectations grounded in rigorous and relevant academic experiences. And continue to intentionally recruit, develop, and retain qualified staff by providing target coaching, responsive support, and ongoing research-based professional learning opportunities that strengthen instructional practices and efficiency. If approved, Dougherty's new contract would begin July 1st, 2026, and expire June 30th, 2031. I believe we have online Superintendent Kenneth Dyer with Dougherty County.
Yes, ma'am.
So Superintendent, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, sir?
Doing well. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to see if we have any questions. Stockwell.
So, again, I'm looking at your scores here and, I see a little bit of a mixed bag, I guess, is the best way to do this, to say what I see. It's either, everything seems fairly flat. You've got some upward trajectory and some not. So my question is, why do we need to renew your charter contract? Because that's the bargain. We give you flexibility and you increase student performance.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that. And I think if I heard you earlier, you said you looked that you have 2 years worth of data.
I do. That's that's all I've been given. Yeah.
Right. And we look at 4 years, the last 4 years worth of data because from the beginning of our charter contract through last school year. And so since the 22 school year through the 25 school year, overall content mastery for our elementary schools has outpaced the state by 8.6 points, in middle school by 3.9, and high school by 11.7. Again, that's outpacing the state in terms of growth. In ELA, elementary from 2022 to 2025 outpaced the state's growth by 7.10 points. Middle school is relatively flat, outpacing the state by only 1/10 of a point. And in high school by 6 3/4 of a point. In math, since 2022, our elementary has outpaced the state by 8.88 points, math by 6.8 points, high school by 18.5 points. And in literacy, elementary has outpaced the state in terms of growth by 11.48 points, middle school 4.10, and high school 6. We have traditionally lagged behind the state average in terms of content mastery. And so we focus on growth and closing that achievement gap, with our goal being to eventually reach or meet the state average and eventually surpass the state average. And if you look at our growth from 2022 to 2025, you'll see across the board in overall content mastery and in ELA, math, and literacy that we've outpaced the state in terms of growth. So if we keep that trajectory, you'll see the gap to continue to close. And again, our goal eventually being to surpass the state average. And we do that by providing literacy blocks in our elementary schools. We launched numeracy blocks in our elementary schools this year, and our charter flexibility allows us with our seat time waivers to do that. In addition, our recruitment and development of effective teaching staff. As we know, the teacher pipeline is a challenging endeavor. And in Dougherty County, we're no exception to that. So we are able to recruit teachers from outside the traditional teacher preparation pathway and prepare them for teaching. Of course, we know that although our flexibility allows us to reduce barriers to entry to the profession, if we don't provide the support for them, then they'll just leave sooner because they'll become frustrated. So as part of our efforts, 2 years ago, we became the first employer in the state of Georgia to be credentialed through the U.S. Department of Labor as a registered apprenticeship program for teacher educators. And so we are allowed to access grant money to support teachers going into the profession from an alternative pathway. And also, just this year, we understand that we get them in, we also have to support them. So just this year, we were credentialed certified by Godot for our teacher induction program because we meet all the criteria in terms of supporting teachers. That, along with our Instructional Coaches Academy, where we credential our coaches in the best practices for instructional coaching, that goes to support those educators who came from a non-traditional pathway. So you'll see that all those things work together to get the results that you've been seeing. Again, we're not where we want to be, but we do see continuous growth over all of our content areas over a period of 4 years. And we anticipate that continuing even at a greater pace as we continue, if we're allowed to continue with our charter flexibility.
I do see that there has been there's been more growth than not, yeah. So if you had one thing that you had to say to the rest of the state as to why you need to be a charter system, what would you say?
Well, why we need to be a charter system. The results, I think we just talked about, those results are a result of the flexibility that we allow as a charter system. Without that flexibility, we couldn't do the things that we have been doing to get those results and see that growth. Flexibility in hiring teachers from a non-traditional pathway, flexibility in scheduling to maximize the instructional time in those critical areas of literacy and numeracy are just two major benefits of us being a charter system. Also, the mindset of innovation and flexibility. Those are cornerstones of our charter system. And we have a district where 67% of our students come from families that get government assistance. If you look at student performance data with high poverty school systems and schools versus low poverty school systems and schools, you'll see a persistent gap in terms of performance. But you also see in Dougherty County that gap is narrowing because we don't use that as an excuse. We look for ways to find resources to meet our students' needs, whatever they may be. And without going into a lot of detail, we've secured external funding in upwards of $30 million to provide wraparound support services for our students since my time as superintendent. And so we understand that not only do we have to do it in the classroom, we also have to provide those non-academic supports that reduce those barriers, non-academic barriers that prevent a student from being able to learn. And our charter flexibility allows us to do just that.
Mr. Dyer, this is Frank Griffin. I will say you use the words innovation and flexibility, and in our community, it is very evident by the work you're doing. And I appreciate it. You have my complete support, Mr. Charter.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, thoughts, comments? Superintendent, we thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having us.
Objections.
And I'm at that Phoebe Putnam right now, Mr. Chair. We're working on expanding our healthcare pathway, and the CEO just stick his head in because the meeting started at 1. So I need to go to another meeting if that's okay.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you again.
I appreciate it. Okay.
This will be placed on the consent agenda. If there's no objection, we'll move on to item number 7, which is Fannin County Schools.
Fannin County Schools is seeking a renewal of its charter system contract. The Fannin County Board of Education approved the system's renewal petition on December 4th, 2025. Fannin County Schools, located in Blue Ridge, serves approximately 2,840 students across 5 schools and emphasizes innovative practices and aims for a 100% graduation rate, offering strong college and career preparation through programs like AP, vocational, training, and dual enrollment, and supportive environments with low student-teacher ratios. During the proposed charter renewal term, Fannin County Schools will utilize its flexibility and waivers to provide flexible service models to serve students based on their individual needs by integrating services to support the efficiency and effectiveness of personnel and fiscal management, continue to improve and expand its STEM instructional strategies across the curriculum, and offer improved educational opportunities with a focus on academics, behavior, and well-being. If approved, Fanning's new contract would begin July 1st, 2026 and expire on June 30th, 2031. And we have online Dr. Lucas Ruth, Chief Academic Officer, Ms. Heather Collins, Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and Ms. Lauren Payne, Director of Student Services with Fannin County.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. This is Dr. Roof. Thanks for having us, and just thanks for allowing us to be here to discuss our charter and everything about it if needed. And then this is our superintendent, Shannon Dillard.
Hi.
Hello. Thank you for joining us. Questions, comments?
So I see that, again, the 2 years of test data that I have, that again, you have general general improvements across the board. So I would just like for you to address why being a charter system allows you to do that and why you want to continue as a charter system and where you think you'll go from here.
Absolutely. So before we get into the, I guess the meat and potatoes of the test data that you see there, one of the things that the charter system or being a charter has done for us really is in workforce development, workforce readiness. Since 2019, in the world of CTAE, we've been able to add the following pathways at our high school: welding, electrical, plumbing, automotive, heavy equipment, general medicine, pharmacy, EMT, hospitality, recreation and tourism, and sports nutrition. We've also been able to add healthcare to our middle school and computer science to our middle school. And one way we're able to do that, obviously, it has to do with the charter and the flexibility that we get with charter. I know a lot of the systems on here have already talked about that, but being able to bring in those teachers that we need that have the industry experience and being able to pay those teachers, use that flexibility, that waiver to pay those teachers like any other teacher has been a game changer for us. And then we, as other school systems have said, we work with those teachers to then get them certified like any other teacher would be. And so,
can I interrupt you just a second?
Absolutely.
Because your graduation rate is actually the one area that has dipped a little bit. So, I question that about the pathways of whether those are the right ones or whatever. It's not dipped a whole lot, but that's the one area that has kind of dipped some, so.
We have seen that, it absolutely. But, when it comes to being able to provide the opportunities for our kids, opportunities to have as many opportunities as possible for as many kids as possible, charter has allowed us to do that with seat time flexibility, class time flexibility, scheduling flexibility. And in that world, like I was talking about with CTAE. One thing that we've done to try to address the graduation rate, also, we've started our own academy inside the high school. It's called an Impact Academy. And charter has allowed us some flexibility to be able to do that as well. And that's allowed us to, really zone in on those kids that may not have the opportunity to graduate in 4 years, and then we can provide very intense instruction for those kids inside of that Impact Academy. And we do feel as though because of that, we will see an increased graduation rate over when it comes to this year and the following year as well.
Yeah, and if I can add to the reason that we started the Impact Center, we actually no longer participate in Mountain Education, which was the non-traditional charter high school in the area. So when the legislation changed, we were doing some alternative and supplemental programs for our kids. And when we looked at the research, we wanted to make that transition to be able to provide those alternative programs in-house they're our kids. And so with the Impact Center not only allows us to give them a non-traditional route to graduation, but it also facilitates them being able to participate in things still on campus, which I think is vital to keep kids enrolled so they can still participate in sports. They go to prom and those kind of things. And so when they were off our campus doing a non-traditional route through a different program, those options wasn't that viable to them. So our data did leak a little bit. I do feel in my heart of hearts that we will, increase again. I do know that when everything's signed, we don't have a Saturday option right now. We do have an after hours. So that will be our next challenge for that one piece of that. But being charter is let us think outside the box, because I don't want our kids to go somewhere else. We want to serve them in-house the best that we can. So that was part of that flip there.
And then adding to that, looking at the data, that workforce and post-secondary readiness percentage for us has definitely increased over the last couple of years to outpace the state, which is to us extremely important, because that's what it's all about, is to try to get the kids ready for real life. And then
Go ahead, sir.
I was going to say, we also have Heather Collis on here, that if you had any questions about the numeracy data or literacy data that's on here as well, we could talk about that if needed.
Follow-ups? Okay. No? Okay. Thank you all so much for your time and for joining us today. And to the board, if there are no objections, this will go on consent agenda. Okay, thank you again for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Have a blessed one.
Thank you. Item number 8, Floyd County Schools Charter System Renewal.
Thank you. Just before we jump into Floyd County, I do want to reiterate just a couple of points. For each of these systems that we are bringing forward to you today, their contract terms started in 2021, their last contract terms in the height of the pandemic. So they've had disruptions in terms of testing and disruptions in terms of practices, normal practices. So when I bring the 3 years of data, that's because we do talk about before then you got in terms of data relative to participation, all those things as a result of the pandemic. So that's why they provided with 3 years of data for all the ones that we're bringing to you today for the 5-year renewal recommendation. We did go back and look at their data prior to the pandemic to see what that looked like in comparison to now, as well as their progress, what progress they're making going forward. So I just wanted to make sure that in fairness to all of the systems that are coming forward today, that just look at their 5-year period started at the height of the pandemic. All right, Floyd County Schools is seeking renewal of their charter system contract. The Floyd County Board of Education approved the charter system renewal petition on November 17th, 2025. Floyd County Schools, located in Rome, Georgia, serves approximately 9,042 students across 15 schools and grounds its work in core values of community, integrity, trust, and accountability, which guide governance, operations, and instructional decisions. During the proposed charter renewal term, Floyd County Schools will utilize its flexibility and waivers to facilitate professional learning communities, implementation and design, implement a teacher leader mentorship program, and expand college and career readiness. If approved, Floyd County's new contract would begin July 1st, 2026 and expire on June 30th, 2031. And we should have online Mr. John Parker, Chief Academic Officer, Ms. Sherry Childs, Fine Arts Director and Charter Liaison, and Mr. Jason Brock, Director of School Engagement.
Yes, Sherry Childs here from Floyd County. Thank you so much for allowing us to be here this afternoon. We are anxious to share our successes and answer any questions that you may have for us. So,
I just want to mention we also have our superintendent in the room with us as well. So, we're proud of what we've done over this last 5-year period, as we just touched on. There was major disruption to all schools across the state of Georgia during that period, but I think if you'll look at our data pre and post COVID, you will see that we continue to improve in just about every measurable objective, goal, and data point within our school system. We are very, very pleased with the work we've done in literacy, specifically early literacy. And when you look at our own grade level reading percentage, we've increased that at every grade level, but specifically in 3rd grade, which we hold that to be pretty important. We're consistently have our own 3rd grade on grade level reading percentage in the mid to high 80s. So that has been a challenge, but we have focused on that. There has been nothing that I've brought to my superintendent and asked him in terms of whether we want to train our teachers in letters, Orton, Gillingham, morphology. There's no bridge that we would not have crossed to make sure that our kids can read on grade level. So, but that's probably not even the best data point you're looking at. When you look at our math data, we have absolutely just been, the word I would use is phenomenal. We have done nothing but go up and up and up. And a lot of that we would attribute to the supports that we put in the classroom in terms of interventionists, not only in literacy, but in math. We've hired math coaches and literacy coaches. We've tried to give equal time to both of those disciplines. And it's paid off. And I think you can see that in our data. In terms of post-secondary readiness, I think we have the absolute best college and career academy in the state of Georgia, and we can back that up with it's the only two-time college and career academy winner of the year. What they do out there is phenomenal, is an extension of the learning experience that we provide here. We have phenomenal post-secondary partnerships, and we're lucky to have 4 post-secondary partners right here in Rome, Georgia, and we take full advantage of that. We have great industry partners here, particularly in the healthcare industry. I had surgery a couple of years ago, and every step of the way, most of the faces that I looked up at were Floyd County school students. That was a little bit scary at first, but I do trust these kids, literally with my life at the time. So we're very proud of the work that we've done, but we also know that there's not a single student outcome in Floyd County schools that cannot be improved upon. And when looking at our most recent data, it was a little bit flat in elementary milestone scores last year, and that was not quite by design, but we knew it was going to happen. We adopted a new curriculum the year before, Benchmark, and so we selected that curriculum based on what the Georgia Department of Education was telling us what was coming in the way that we would be tested this year. And I can tell you, in just, looking at the confidence from our teachers and our students as they're testing right now, that we've made some wise decisions with our curriculum and our training. We also felt like we had to make a change in the way we were assessing our students. We were a math district, and we were for a long time, and that served us pretty well, but we did not feel like we were getting actionable data from math. So we switched to Beacon this year, and I think that has been a great way to prepare our students. They recognize the type of questions that they're seeing now on the test, and we are really thankful to the state of Georgia for providing that assessment system to us so that we can formatively assess our students and have them prepared in the best possible way. They normally don't let me talk this much, but if you have any questions, we'll do our very best to try to answer them. And yeah.
Yes, I am Dr. Lynn White, Superintendent of Floyd County School System, and what Mr. Parker is saying is basically this. Instructional format framework is very important to us. Academic achievement in the school system is the most important thing that we do. That is emphasized in the classroom from this office and how we spend our money, and it goes into the classroom. And so I think those are very important things. I also want to thank you for having us today. I want to emphasize what Mr. Parker said. Yes, we are moving in the right direction. We have good test data. We want to get better. So know that, yes, I'm proud of what we do, but I want us to be the best. That is our goal in the school system. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Let me check with the board and see if anyone has any questions or comments or thoughts.
I appreciate y'all anticipating what I was gonna ask and answering all that already, but I do agree, your test data is steady improvement, so I don't have any, I have no issues.
Any further thoughts, questions, comments? There's no objection. This will go on the consent agenda. We thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much for having us.
Have a great day.
Have a good day. All right, number 9 is charter system renewal for Fulton County Schools.
The Fulton County Board of Education approved the charter system renewal petition on November 20th, 2025. Fulton County Schools serves more than 86,000 students across 106 schools and aims to enhance performance through strong academics, arts, and athletics by focusing on innovative, personalized learning supported by robust operations for transportation, nutrition, and facilities. During the proposed charter renewal term, Walton County Schools will utilize its flexibility and waivers to create a 3-tiered system that utilizes innovation at the school level to drive scalable innovations, provide research-based tools and problem-solving methods to students, staff, parents, and community members, continue work on developing positive behavior intervention supports at all schools, as well as the implementation of whole child supports for students, staff, parents, and community members. If approved, Fulton's new contract would begin on July 1st, 2026, and expire on June 30th, 2031. And we have in person Superintendent Mike Looney, Board President Kristen McCabe, as well as staff members Freddie Benshine, Director of Governance Flexibility, Josiah Phillips, Chief Strategy and Technology Officer, and Kim Richards, Executive Director of Strategy and Data Intelligence.
Good afternoon, board members. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Mike Looney, the Superintendent of Schools in Fulton. We're going to be very brief today. Our data speaks for itself. We're adding value to the state's assessment data results. All of our data indicators are heading in a positive direction. Our graduation rate is high as it's ever been. Academically, we're excelling, and that is a direct result of this board's leadership and this state board's willingness to allow us to determine how. So we believe that local control, and that if we have the flexibility to determine how to best serve our students, we can produce results, and we believe that we're doing it. That being said, I turn it over to Ms. Kristen McCabe, Board President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Looney. As Dr. Looney said, our data speaks for itself and is a direct result of the leadership of the superintendent that we have working for Fulton County. He was the Superintendent of the Year last year, and our charter system was recognized as well last year as charter system of the state of Georgia. So we're happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
Yeah, I'm looking at your data here and I'm pretty impressed with all that. I want to ask actually a different sort of question. It's about your absentee rate, which again is lower than the rest of the state, but not, there's not, as everybody else's I've looked at, this one is higher. I mean, in terms of the gap between where your all's absentee rate is and the state average. And I just kind of wonder what you attributed that to, what you thought.
Well, thank you for your question, ma'am. The reality of it is that every school system serves different kinds of communities. We have a very large, dynamic, complex school community that we serve, from homeless populations to high poverty. Truth of it is that about 40% of our schools, 40% of our students in some schools turn over from month to month. So the students that we begin with in 1 month are not the same students that we necessarily are serving in the next month, for a variety of reasons. So we have, as a school system, put a multitude of interventions in place to include utility credits with partnerships with our municipalities, so that if you send your kids to school on a regular basis, you get a discount on utility. We have all kinds of innovative practices that we're engaging in our zones and across our school district to improve our attendance and our absenteeism rate, and the numbers are going in the right direction. So we feel like we have the right strategies in place, and we are like a dog with a bone. One of our favorite words is being relentless. We are relentless about student achievement. We're relentless about our students coming to school. We're relentless about improving our discipline. Our discipline numbers are improving as well. So once again, all of our data indicators seem to be pointing in the right directions. We're not where we want to be, but we're on the right path.
Could you do what you wanted to do without being a charter system?
No. No. One of the things that I find is so important with success of a school system is parental engagement and community engagement. And we get that through our school governance councils that meet monthly in all of our schools, all 100 plus schools. We also, through Mr. Benshine and his department, have cross-council meetings twice a year that both in our northern part of the district and our southern part. And you don't have to stay in the southern part to go to that cross-council. In fact, we encourage cross-councils to meet north and south so that we can understand and appreciate what's being done in all schools and how that's being successful. And that allows for our parents. I choose to go to my school governance councils monthly. It allows me to stay informed as a board member to see what's really working and where some needs might be that we can help improve. But we have engagement through the community and our parents on those councils, and they feel autonomy to that they're in control of their local school. They approve the school's budget. They also use the charter dollars that are afforded to them each month or each year. And then, of course, they improve and track the strategic plan for that school. So, part of the board's, our 3 values are integrity, accountability, and teamwork. And that those school governance councils also have a sense of accountability to the students and to the staff. Big success.
First charter systems talked about that aspect of it, so I appreciate that.
Yes, absolutely.
Any other questions, comments, concerns?
Again, for myself, I'll congratulate Dr. Looney and his team. I think for the 3rd year in a row, they've received the most recognition statewide for literacy. So again, we appreciate that. I had the privilege of seeing one of their, innovative CTA schools just a few weeks ago. Great work. I've been hearing the stories from the kids. So again, my congratulations to you and your district.
Thank you. You did something else.
Carol.
I want to tell you, thank you for highlighting the parental input aspect, what you do in your district. And Dr. Looney, I want to thank you for your service and to our students and your service to our nation. Thank you.
We're very proud of them.
I'll just go mention about parental engagement. There are a lot of districts that foster, the school lunches, all of the different assemblies and programs. But I think it's important that school districts take on the initiative to incorporate that parent voice and that governance model. I was very interested to hear you say that they improved the budget. That's a step further than what I remember when I was on the local board that we allowed. So I commend you all for taking that approach and implementing that with fidelity in your district.
Thank you. Yes, in fact, our strategic plan, one of our initiatives is to deepen community relations. So not only through school governance, but at the local level with the principals and the PTAs and PTOs and foundations, we hope to promote that as well.
Anything further? Fulton County. No objection. This will be placed on the consent agenda. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you
for coming. All right, item 10, charter system renewal for Gordon County Schools.
The Gordon County Board of Education approved the charter system renewal petition on November 10, 2025. Gordon County Schools serves approximately 6,396 students across 10 schools and is committed to providing quality education, a safe and nurturing environment, supporting an effective staff, increase student success through continuous collaboration and building on positive relations with all stakeholders. During the proposed charter renewal term, Gordon County Schools will utilize its flexibility and waivers to provide a virtual option for families seeking an alternative learning environment, provide graduation coaches who collaborate with guidance counselors to provide data-driven assistance addressing students' academic and graduation needs, and provide career exploration courses in agriculture, business, and other areas for middle grades. If approved, Gordon County's new contract will begin July 1st, 2026 and expire on June 30th, 2031. And we have online Superintendent Alice Mashburn and Mr. Brian Hall, Strategic Initiatives and Communications Director.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Brian Hall. I'm here with Superintendent Alice Mashburn, and we also have Assistant Superintendent Skeet Anglin with us here as well. And so we just look forward to answering your questions and sharing about what is so beneficial to this charter flexibility for us.
So yeah, if you all would just talk a little bit about what goals that you've met. I see, again, first time I've looked at this, so I'm seeing most improvement, but I specifically want you to address your absentee rate, which is actually higher than the state average. So what is being a charter system, how's that going to help you?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, for us, obviously, charter flexibility is all about meeting our students' needs more effectively. It lets us use data, create the local decision-making processes with our school governance teams, consolidate our funding so that we can target, better target where we want to put our money to help support students, flexible staffing, and community input overall so that we can improve our literacy, numeracy, and our workforce readiness. So, the biggest thing about us and our school system is that, we serve very high needs students who can't rely on a one size fits all solution. Our district is 80% Title I schools, so all of our elementary and middle schools. Our students are labeled as economically disadvantaged, a high percentage of that. And so the flexibility for us really helps us target what we need to do in terms of improving our learners and giving them more opportunities and different ways to learn as well. And so with literacy concerns, we use flexible staffing. We have kindergarten paraprofessionals that we target to small group interventions across other grade levels. We have started up with letters training in the last 2 years. I think that's one of the biggest things that you'll see with our increase of our data is because our leadership team has really worked hard to figure out what will meet the needs of the students the most. And so we've changed over to different professional development. And so letters, we're now in the second year of that and finishing up this first cohort across the district to really try and improve understanding the science of reading and the science of readers, to understand, how these students will learn and what they can improve on moving forward with their literacy gaps and how we can do that from grade level to grade level. A lot of our data too shows that we had a big decline in third grade. And so fourth, fifth, seventh, and eighth, all of their Lexile bands went up. We had some difficulty with some of the sixth grade, but third grade was the biggest thing we noticed, was transitioning students from being second grade learners to third grade testers. And so we've been working really hard as a school system to really bridge the gap between what happens in second grade and third grade with the language of what's being taught and how to teach it. With our math and numeracy needs, we've also had a lot of work with middle school intervention time, flexible scheduling with it, in the mornings especially, and progress monitoring to support students before their gaps become larger.
To speak specifically to absenteeism, I'm a parent and also the superintendent. I've been with the district for 26 years. I was appointed the superintendency in 23-24. So I also happen to be a parent of a child that tested in third grade last year. I'll speak to that in a minute, but specifically with absenteeism, with the grant money that we were given for middle and high school, we chose to hire someone full-time to provide mental health supports here at the school. One of the things that we've seen is, Brian mentioned, we're a 100% CEP district, so all of our students eat free breakfast and lunch. Some of our schools can be a little bit of a long bus ride, and so we have a hard time at times getting some of those elementary babies to school. So we've worked really hard to have a conversation about just the phone in general with teachers. Like, a dojo message is not as effective as picking up the telephone and calling a parent, finding that child. So we implemented some of the things that we started when I started teaching 26 years ago here, was you make that phone call to those parents, you reach out and create those relationships. you'll see that the absenteeism, although it's slightly higher than the state, it is declining. And so we have attendance review teams with our school social workers also, where the parents come in and we do those regularly. We track attendance, and we have a big push for Know Your Who. We have all of our students on a board. The faculty at each school look at those students, and if we don't have any child that we can't name 3 things about, then we need to make a targeted effort to reach out to that student and find out what's going on with that child, so we know what's going on at home and how can we best support them. Another thing that we did this year was we partnered, or no, 2 years ago, was with Helping Hands Ending Hunger. So we send food home at 8 of our 10 schools, not just for the child, but other non-school age children in the home, so that they can eat over the weekends and at other times, because, you know, they can't learn if they're hungry. And so we do everything we can to try to make sure that they're at school.
And connecting that to the high school level with CTAE, Talent Connect is something that we've started up with the city schools. So for students, you know, because of how the economy has been, we have a lot of students who, you know, they come to us. Before I was in my role, I was a high school principal. And, you know, we had students who were like, hey, I just can't come to school anymore because I need to work and I live with grandma and I'm going to take care of grandma. And so we've partnered with the city schools to create and work with Talent Connect, which basically works with all of the local businesses and tries to find internships, helps them with resumes, and gives them a purpose and a vision for what they can do so that they'll stay in school, graduate, and have and still have a career opportunity and job choices alongside with work-based learning. So we've really been promoting that hard to keep the students feeling connected, even though they're stressed about things that really they should be stressing about when they're in their 20s and not when they're 16 and 17 thinking, oh, I've got to go do this. And so we're really trying to work on that to connect them with these businesses and internships.
And then let me speak really quickly. I know John made a comment in Floyd County, and we all in this Northwest Georgia RESA try to really reach out to each other and work together and support each other with the different challenges that we have. And he mentioned a dip in 3rd grade scores and some challenges there. And we saw the same. And I was taken aback. And one of the things, I guess it was really relevant for me because I am a parent of, I've grown and then younger. They can't type. You know, we took typing out of school. So when it's time to take it was the writing portion that I noticed that we struggled so immensely with, especially in 3rd grade. And if you think about the age of that children, you know, I know the home row. And most of us know how to just innately type, right? But they use a phone and they use their thumbs. So it's one of those things where they struggle, in my opinion, during the test. Then you see the scores for. They're trying to figure out where the keys are on the iPad or on the Chromebook or whatever when they're taking the EOG. And so we are working on typing this year some during STEAM and some other times that we have some flexibility in the day to see if that's going to make a change. The other thing we did, we had a standards-based report card. I didn't feel like the parents really knew what that meant. So we went back to a numerical report card, and we've gotten a lot of great feedback from our parents about thank you for making that change.
Follow-up questions, concerns?
I would just share with the board, pending governor's approval of the budget, we will actually have a person assigned to address absenteeism in the state. So again, that's something new. Past couple of years, Dustin Hill has been, his team has been working on that with the General Assembly as well. So it's to come.
One point, I really appreciate you bringing that up about the test taking and the typing. I'm just wondering if there shouldn't be the option of the bubbling in and going back to paper tests for that very reason, because we're dealing with a 3rd grade child. And we've got a lot of different things going on. So I really appreciate you diving into the why and some of the reasons behind what these children, you know, maybe the challenges that they're coming up against. So, I mean, that's food for thought for all of us, I think.
I definitely think the writing portion is an area to consider. Yes, they are digital natives and they can fill in the multiple choice pretty well, but it can become a challenge at times. And if you see the struggle, then, you know, it's that pendulum of you learn to read and then you read to learn. And there, I see some struggles in that way with the assessment. It's just, you know, like I said, I'm a mama, so I'm watching it happen too.
Well, I think there's some appropriate times for digital, and then there's some times for us to reevaluate and go, this may not be working for everyone.
I agree. I agree.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Good questions, comments, concerns? There's no objection. This will go on the consent agenda as well. And we thank you all for your time today. It's not off already. Thank you for joining us. We'll move on to item number 11, which is Liberty County Schools Charter System.
Item number 11 is Morgan.
Okay, I've got
We have Liberty on yours. I got
Liberty on
Liberty
mine.
12. Okay, we'll do Liberty first, that's fine. Liberty County Schools is seeking a renewal of its charter system contract. The Liberty County Board of Education approved the system renewal petition on November 13, 2025. Liberty County Schools, located in coastal Georgia, serves 11,720 students across 12 schools and focuses on a safe, progressive learning environment, aiming to prepare students through diverse pathways like STEM, arts, and CTE. During the proposed charter renewal term, Liberty County Schools will utilize its flexibility and waivers to continue operations of the Liberty College and Career Academy, utilize retired educators supporting student learning and achievement, and provide extended learning time at middle schools and block scheduling at high schools. If approved, Liberty's new contract would begin July 1st, 2026 and expire on June 30th, 2029. We have online Ms. Kelly Ziegler, Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning for Liberty County Schools.
Good afternoon. We also have our superintendent, Ms. Deborah Frazier, with us, and our deputy superintendent, Dr. Zedrick Barber.
Good afternoon.
So, thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon. We're grateful to be here and grateful for this opportunity just to speak about the charter and the flexibility that it allows us here in Liberty County. We certainly could not experience any of the successes that we are experiencing without the innovative practices that we are available to put in place. We will take any questions that you might have for us here in Liberty County.
So unfortunately, I don't see in the limited test data that I have, I don't see a lot of steady improvement. Actually, I see more dips, and I also see a really high absentee rate at almost 31%. So I'm curious about why you think you should continue to be a charter system, and why, if it hasn't worked for you so far, why is it going to continue to work?
All right, thank you. I think we should continue to be a charter system because there are some areas that we did not see increase in, but there are some celebrations here in Liberty County, one of which will be our graduation rate, which at our high school level is a 91.6. We do have some challenges when it comes to our elementary school, and of course that is linked to literacy. We have a big push with literacy currently in our district to increase those scores. Our middle school, we did experience some success there. In our middle school, we did have one middle school that was on the TSI list. Because of the charter, we were able to put some innovative practices, things in place to help our school be removed from the TSI list. So the charter is going to, we hope, help us continue to put innovative practices in place.
And just to add to that, with that, as Ms. Frazier said, we've got a lot of focus on literacy and math. This past year, we developed a district instructional framework that we have been working closely with our schools on, just to give that the teachers a more, look at the specific plan to see what they need to do to make sure that Tier 1 instruction is where it's at. Our walkthroughs are focusing more on student instruction, student engagement, in the classroom and making sure that those teachers are truly having that effective Tier 1 instruction in the classroom. Along with the literacy focus, we are developing a district literacy plan that will not just be for our K-5 schools with those instructional literacy foundations, but we want to branch it out to our 6-12 as well with that adolescent literacy to make sure that we're focusing on how we can close those gaps across the curriculums, not just with our ELA teachers, but with all of our contents. This past year, with implementing our new highly qualified instructional materials with SAVIS is one of the state recommendations. And along with AMIRA screeners, we have seen gains with our literacy screeners this year. Our student rates of students reading below grade level have decreased, and our number of students that have been flagged for dyslexia tendencies, characteristics have also decreased this year. So we're seeing more students reading at their grade level this year. And as well as it's showing this in our MAP scores. We do our MAP 3 times a year. So we're hopeful that these 2 benchmarks that we're using is going to show us the growth that we'd like to see this year for our Georgia milestones. We have literacy coaches in most of our elementary schools, and we're seeing good gains in support with that. Just being this charter system, as Ms. Fraser said, it gives us that flexibility with that seat time. We're a very transient population because of Fort Stewart and the mobility of our students. So it gives those students, as they come in and out of our district, the opportunities that we can give them to get their TCC credits at our Career Academy and our schools in 1 semester in case they leave during that time. But we look at that transient population. That transient population does also, like you said, it affects our attendance. And we look at that. We've got attendance plans in place that we've started this year to make sure that we are looking at those areas to continue those increases.
I mean, your attendance rate's really high. I mean, 31%, when the state average is 19. So I understand the issues of Fort Stewart being there. So is it a tracking problem? Is it absentee? I mean, I'd like to hear a little bit more about what being a charter system is going to do with that. That to me is just a very high absentee rate.
I think with that, with being a charter system, it would allow us again to put more programs in place that would help with getting our students to school. Our population is a little diverse in that we have students who live in very rural areas, and just putting practices in place that would help their parents get them to school. So with the attendance rate, we link it to our parental involvement as well, just in making it a priority so students would want to come to school. In being a transient area where students are here, sometimes they don't have or experience the value of coming to school every day. So just in working with our military population, just to ensure that we put some practices in place.
And that was one of the things that we discussed yesterday at our strategic plan meeting. And that was one of the strategies, is to making sure that our students understand the importance of coming to school. If you're not there, you're missing out. You're missing on instruction. You're missing on those experiences that is going to strengthen not only their instruction, but their overall, being a student in that whole child.
Mr. Bennett, I just want to say, Ms. Stockwell, as this is probably, I consider Liberty County my second home school district. I spent a lot of time with them and have had open arms. They do deal with a lot of transient families, as that military base is responsible for a number of our infantry families that come in and out. And they have received a number of accolades for being a system that supports military families, but understand the challenges that come along with that. And I will say that, this district has gone through a leadership change. Ms. Fraser came out of retirement, served as the interim, and then was awarded the opportunity to be the permanent superintendent. I've been in contact with Dr. Barber through those transitions and have helped some of their principals and some of their, districts do some different programs and initiatives around attendance. And so I will say that they are making great decisions to look at the data, look at, some of the challenges and put in good practices to help them improve as a district. I'm very proud of where they are now. I can say that they did come through some hurdles. When you have a leadership change, when you have a disconnect in the governance model, that will wear and tear on the district. But I think they're in a good place. And the leadership there now is working very hard to look at, the issues and the data to put in good practices for improvement.
I mean, I appreciate that history, but I kind of question is why do they, maybe being a charter system is actually not a good thing. Maybe they need some strict rules that they need to follow, but that's for me to think about.
Any more questions, comments, concerns?
I just have one, and this kind of deals with the military and growing up in a military family. When you look at your data itself, do you disaggregate between military families and your home population, especially perhaps in the area of attendance?
For the most part, we look at the data as a whole, but we do track some of our military students. When it comes to attendance, we don't track it across the entire district, but we do look at our military population and take into consideration the challenges that they are dealing with. With the challenges that they're dealing with, we do try to address those challenges.
But again, I just know from my experience, military families take attendance and all that very serious. Again, I'm just trying to make sure is there a difference, as far as, what you're seeing, even academically. Again, I understand what it means to move from deployment, growing up. But again, I think many times we'll find out that most of our military families are nuclear families. They're some of our strongest families. So again, I'm just kind of curious, since you do have a large military family population, again, just seeing the, is there a difference one versus the other?
We do look at some factors when it comes to our military families to include academics, and with the charter, it helps us address some of those areas when they come in without credits or needing additional services. So we do utilize the charter to assist us with that.
I will just say they are a flagship district. So again, they have been awarded that distinction.
We also utilize attendance teams in our schools where they're looking strategically at the attendance data within each school by grade level, by student, and having meetings with students and parents as those numbers of attendance, if the student is out at a certain number, they start to meet with that child and that parent to make sure that they realize you've been out of the classroom too much. We need to make sure that you are in the school. You're not missing instruction. You're not missing the applications and everything. So we do have those attendance teams in place to monitor that, with that. And we're looking at hopefully getting a more strategic policy for attendance as well with our board.
Any more questions, comments, concerns?
Were you able to see any of the years prior to, or just this previous year?
I just see from 2023.
20 to 23.
2023 to 2025.
Okay, and that was 31%. What was it?
It started out in 2023, it was 30.6%, and it went to 31% in 2024, and it's 30.9% in 2025.
Okay, so what's happening is that it's pretty much staying the same, so there hasn't been a huge increase.
But the state rate started out at 22.6 and has declined to 19.5.
Okay, but I do see the context of the military families, and so, that's what I just wanted to hear. I'm not seeing what you're seeing, so I'm literally not seeing it. So that's why
I had to ask for it this week.
Yes, that's why I was just requesting if there was something, movement up and down, or really it's sort of a steady rate there.
But
yeah,
much higher than the rest of the state.
And that's why my question was about the distinction, because I don't mind calling them base commander. Like I said, I'm sure that the military would step in if they know something's going on. And that is on their end, but they say, well, I'm a military family. I think they're their families are pretty tight.
I think dealing with deployments, then to me, that's just a record keeping thing. Then rather than counting somebody attendance, they've moved.
Yeah, but I think that would show up on your FTE count.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at attendance. And attendance means, you know, you may have one mom, you may have a dad deployed, but one parent's still there. And my thing is that with these individuals, if you knew which, and again, that's why I was asking about the home population versus the military population. Because I guarantee you, if the military knows about it, the military will do something about it. If that's an issue.
We have a very good working relationship with our military contact, and it's not that they are deploying out. It's just when families deploy, they may take an extended leave of time to where they may go and visit a family member for 5 to 10 day segments. So that's where the attendance from a military standpoint impacts what we have from the attendance data.
Again, I think that's, that's why I was asking the question. I think you do have to separate out because military life is a lot different than your home family and within your county.
And I did my hearing there 2 years ago. The families there have a different mindset around this attendance model. They feel that if they want their kid to stay home a little longer, then it's okay. And I disagree with that because that's not the way I was raised, but there are families that feel that way. And the group that I share with throughout the 14 coastal counties have some strong opinions about if they feel their kid needs to stay home a little longer, they can.
But in
If they want to
fairness,
go on a trip.
representing a metro district, I have many families who have the same feeling. It's that doesn't necessarily make it right.
They have a high migrant population in that area as well.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of different
Different
categories.
laws, Wayne, yes. I'm
So
on
in
that.
that area, yeah, so I'm sure that plays a part into it as well, because the migrant population, they are also students just not coming to school, especially if they need them to do something at home or whatever. So that needs to be categorized as well, just like you were saying with the military. And with the military, myself being a military family, when you have somebody who's getting ready to be deployed and they're in training and all, you do want your kids and your family to spend more time together, because when they're deployed, you don't know if they're coming back or not. So, yeah, that's not an excuse or anything, but that is just a feeling. I know it is in my.
And I do agree. And with that being said, being the new superintendent, I just think with the charter, it would help us put some policies or procedures in place to give some flexibility to those military families. So it is certainly something that we can look at to address with the charter, to say, if you are a military family and you need to be gone 5 or 10 day segment, then what can we do to work around that? So I think the charter would help us with that flexibility to address attendance with me coming in.
So I'm wondering if we can compare to other school systems that have a base too, see how they align, because it is the same type of population. So are other areas in Georgia like Muskogee and base in Augusta, see how their attendance data relates to this. I'd like to see that data.
We also need to know if it's a rapid deployment.
Yes, I was going to say, there's a
Because
difference in
it's a
Fort
big
Benning
difference.
and then Fort Stewart.
and
Fort Stewart is the people who we're deploying to fight. Fort Benning is training.
It's a rapid
It's
deployment.
different.
Yeah.
Further thoughts, comments? If there are no objections, this will go on the consent agenda. Okay, this will be pulled for a separate vote as well.
Mr. Chair, again, Justin Hill, I think, can speak a little bit to this as well. So
sure.
If you don't, if you don't want now, like if you want to come back.
Yeah, please. We'd love to hear from you.
That's right here. So last year we added military connected families as a subgroup.
this dashboard, so you can dig down through there and check that rate as a military family compared to all the other grades. But specifically for Liberty County, the military connected family population group, the chronic absenteeism rate is 22.7%. The district rate is high, as noted before. But the better comparison is maybe looking at the high school students. Chronic absenteeism rate is above 45%, grades 9 through 12. 12th grade and 11th grade, 56%, which is one of the highest in the state. So, the Muskogee is not the same comparison, but their military families are about 11%. Take a look at the dashboard, you can dig through the subgroups, you kind of see the trends.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And this is just called for a separate vote, will not be on the consent agenda. So we'll move on to item number 12, charter system renewal for Morgan County.
Morgan County Board of Education approved the charter system renewal petition on November 10th, 2025. Morgan County Schools, located in Madison, Georgia, serves approximately 3,579 students across 4 schools and focuses on college readiness, technology, and career pathways, aiming to prepare every student for success with a supportive staff and engaging learning environment. During the proposed charter renewal term, Morgan County Schools will utilize its flexibility and waivers to continue operations of the Morgan County College and Career Academy and create the Morgan Virtual Program, a virtual option for middle school and high school students to complete coursework. If approved, Morgan County's new contract will begin July 1st, 2026 and expire on June 30th, 2031.
We have anyone from Morgan County?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chip Meyer, Director of School Improvement, should be online virtually.
Hi, welcome. Thank you all. I'm Chip Meyer. I'm the Director of School Improvement, and I have with me Ms. Susan Tolbert. She's our Assistant Superintendent. Coming to you from Morgan County, we apologize we could not be there in person this morning. We are in the midst of testing, and as being a small rural district, everyone had to be here to make sure that things operated properly. We really appreciate being a charter district over these last years. Being a small town, it is very important that our schools are a main focus of our community. And the governance has been really one of the most important things to us in the sense of our parents are involved. They are very aware of what's going on within the schools, helping with a lot of the leadership that's happening there. Decisions, some of the things, the most recent legislation about phones. We had that in place over 3 years ago through the use of our leadership and the governance. Those school governance, those parents knew that phones didn't need to be there, and they were able to communicate with other parents not on the governance team that this was the way to go. And I think that's one of the most key features here. Small town, I hate to say gossip chain, but it happens. And so understanding that the connectivity between the schools and the community are very important. We've really used this charter over the last years to build our career academy. At our high school, it is a wall-to-wall academy that is very difficult in a rural area. We use the flexibility to hire, and you've heard from many of the others, industry experts or that are in the community that did not go through formal educational training, but they have the background necessary to provide our students with the skills they need and where they want to go in their careers. Our graduation, I will touch on a couple of things. Our graduation rate did take a dip the last couple of years, just slightly. From a mathematics standpoint, I might say statistically, it's not quite that much of a difference, but I'll agree it has gone down. This past year, our ELA scores, content mastery at all 3 grade levels slightly dipped. We do look at that. We are in the 2nd year of a new curriculum. Last year, we asked our teachers in ELA to have their feet in 2 areas, 1 foot in the old standards, 1 foot in the new standards, and at the same time learning a new curriculum. We felt that this year, and we do believe, and a new strainer, thank you, that our scores will be back to where they were. We've spent a lot of time talking to our teachers. We have what we refer to as SILT teams that meet monthly to discuss data. And that has really made a big difference over the last few years. And each of our teachers and their different groups knowing what is going on within our schools, within their curriculum, within their content and other contents. I know that the last group talked about attendance. We've had some really great attendance numbers over the last couple of years, and I attribute that to, again, small community, the understanding of the importance of school. We here at Morgan County believe in the idea of the 3 words of learn, lead, and thrive. And so we are looking to help our children thrive, not only in school, but beyond school. We ask them to learn every single day, and we empower both our teachers and our students to lead each and every one of us to that. So I'll be glad to take any questions and comments, and Ms. Tolbert can add as well, should you have any.
I see some, so I appreciate you acknowledging the dips that I saw too. I want to ask you about your numeracy grades or your numeracy stats, because that's an area where, at least for the past 2 years, there's been it's been fairly steady. The standards have been the same, the assessments have been the same. And certainly your middle and high schools, there was definite improvement there, but not so much in elementary school. And I'm kind of wondering.
Well, it's interesting. So the first year of the test and the new standards, we had a tremendous 5th grade score, and 3rd and 4th were not up to that. Last year, my 5th grade score dropped. My 3rd and 4th went up, but the difference was too much in 5th grade. We've really spent a lot of time the last 2 years in looking at building rigorous common assessments amongst all of us, so that we knew that there would be equity amongst teachers, no matter where your child, whatever team they were placed in. We believe through the work of our screener, our ready work, that those scores will be back where they need to be at the elementary school. And we're continuing that work also at the middle to make sure those common assessments are happening. The rigor is occurring prior to. I would love the milestones to be one of the easiest tests our children take at the end of the year.
And why do you think, being a charter system, why do you think that you have some much improvement, but there's some areas that's not, like your graduation rate, for example. So why do you think being a charter system is necessary?
Well, it's really, for us, it is that idea of helping our children get to where they want to be. Being a rural district, we could very easily be very limited, or we are very limited sometimes in what we can do. Having the flexibility of that charter piece, again, working with us Career Academy children, we've expanded a lot of that down even to the both middle and the elementary, with some STEM and STEAM activities there in a classroom of that combines a number of different ideas, so that those kids are starting to be exposed to what maybe they want as a career for the future. So
additionally, the geographic proximity, with this flexibility with the charter, our high school students who are in the career pathways are able to work in our schools without transportation costs. And so that feeds that engagement, if you will, in these real world, what do I want to do when I grow up, kinds of activities that where we can work on both the academic side and that engagement with what pathway might I want to proceed when I get out of high school. We had, like Dr. Myers said, we're a small district, but we have about 1,000 students in our high school. And last year we had 199 career pathway completers. And that was a growing number when you go back and look at that. From 2023 was 141, 2024 150, and 2025 199. Without this flexibility to keep those class sizes small, to hire industry professionals who are willing to reach out to students in the younger grades as well to tap into those pipelines, it would be very difficult for us to sustain that. Additionally, we are also sustaining over 17 AP classes and an AP capstone program. So we're balancing a whole gamut within a small system of what do you want to do and how can we get you down that right pathway to go beyond and be the best version of yourself, so that you can thrive and so our community can thrive.
Further questions, comments? Right, if there is no objection, Morgan County number 12 will go on the consent agenda. All right, we thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item 13, the final item on the agenda, is a charter school renewal for Coastal Empire Montessori Charter School.
there.
Oh,
I can do it here, I can do it there.
Probably up there, so they can
There,
hear you.
to be official. 3 names. Yeah, so this is for a renewal for Coastal Empire Montessori Charter School in Savannah, Chatham County. This is their illustrious board chair, Dr. Prince. We'll get to you in just a minute. It's so, Savannah Chatham County Board of Education approved the Coastal Empire Montessori Charter School renewal petition for a 3-year term. It's a probationary term, and I'll talk about that in just a moment, on April 8th, 2026. Coastal Empire Montessori Charter School's mission is to operate a public charter school that provides individualized elementary education rooted in Montessori philosophy, emphasizing emotional, intellectual, physical, and social development in a nurturing and rigorous academic environment. Coastal Empire Montessori Charter School will implement the following essential and innovative features. First of all, the Montessori curriculum aligned with state performance standards and pedagogy, centering on individualized instruction, the use of sensorial materials, choice in work, and encouragement of intrinsic motivation. Also, the teachers facilitate learning by following the natural development of the child through hands-on and inquiry-based lessons. Classrooms are prepared with a full complement of Montessori materials, and students engage in 2 extended work periods daily. So the petitioner has been through the local process and has also gone through our rigorous process, which includes evaluation by external evaluators, members of the Charter Advisory Committee, members of the Charter Commission, and folks from my office. And I wanted to clarify that the probationary term, the normal charter school term, is for 5 years. This is a 3-year term for a couple of reasons. If you look at the academic results, which are there in the charter petition that I sent out to y'all, you'll see that their performance academically has been mixed. They've had strong financial performance and operational performance, but even though they've outperformed sort of weighted otherwise schools in the district in progress and in gap closure, they lag behind in some other areas, in the full CCRPI score and in masteries. So the most important thing, though, is that they are a CSI school. So knowing that they're a CSI school, the district, in conversation with us, given this a sort of limited term in order to come off of that list and to meet standards for the next 2 years. The 3-year contract is necessary in order to gather enough data to assess whether they've successfully exited the CSI list and performed up to standards. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. As I mentioned, the board chair, Dr. Prince is here. The school leader, it says Babcock, right? Dr. Wright is online. So we're ready for your questions. Yeah.
Local board did approve.
Did they approve them for the 3-year term? Yeah. And the school was founded in 2008. It's been around for quite a while and served the community well. Very faithful following.
Anyone from the board have any questions of any of the people that are here from the Montessori School, Coastal Empire?
And I wanted to add one other thing to you. Sorry, just that, and you probably already know this, but I mean, the Montessori program is a very specific kind of program. It is not, by its nature, aligned with state standards. So the way when we were talking about it earlier, we were basically the innovation is not Montessori. The innovation is being able to do Montessori to state standards. That's really kind of the challenging part here. Yeah.
Is there a good working relationship between you guys and the Chatham County Board of Education?
Absolutely. First of all, thank you, Phil, for having us here and for letting us be here. I think it was because of the proactive visionaries of your predecessor board back in 2008 that started the Coastal Empire Montessori School as the only charter Montessori school in the entire state of Georgia. And we had that singular distinction for some 15 years. Back in 2023, right after the pandemic and so forth, we had some challenges with regards to it. But the board, the composition itself, and the staff, we were proactive in knowing that we had some challenges. In fact, we had already developed a 3-year strategic plan, as well as had commissioned a deep dive operational study into all domains across the school through the Georgia Charter School Association and so forth. So the very first year that we were on CSI, we were designated as a private school because we had already started that work. So we have a very good working relationship with the school district.
And Melanie, as part of, actually, so one indicator of this is that discussion around having a shorter contract and the probationary contract, the way that normally happens, honestly, if the state will find out from the district that they've made that decision. Here we actually all collaborated together and discussed it, the school, the district, and the state. So
That's what I wanted to
Yeah.
make sure. I'm okay.
and hopefully that's how we will be doing it from now on.
Yeah,
That's our.
That's a good one. That's positive.
Any further questions, comments, concerns? There are no objections. Item 13, we'll move to the consent agenda as well. All right, sir, thank you for coming up here to visit with us. Thank you all online as well. We appreciate it and wish you the best of luck. And if Chair concludes business, it appears that we have items 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 12 and 13 will go on the consent agenda. And items 4 and 11 will be pulled for a separate vote.
Right, thank you. All right, that concludes District Flexibility and Charter School Committee, and I will still leave it turned over to you.
Every day. All right, we will move on to the business of the Audit Committee. And, leave it with you, sir. I know we had, and I'm trying to remember what you had first on the agenda. We had some reports, and I know that we had anticipated we would have some people here from audits, but they weren't able to join us today. It's something that came up emergency last minute.
Yeah, it's my understanding the Department of Audits had their all staff meeting today. They were unable to make it. So I can go through and do some updates on the Senate Bill 68. A couple updates from them I can go through.
Okay. Please do.
First off, we got Bibb County was added, moderate. We got Camber County and Commerce City were added as moderate. We got Gainesville City was added as moderate. We got Hall County, which was removed for their FY25 audit.
Good.
We got Madison County, which was also removed because of their FY25 audit. We got Screven County, which was added as moderate. We got Valdosta City, which was removed because of their audit. DeKalb County was added to high for their audit. Dodge County, also had asked about their 23 audit. It did get completed. They are now on the high risk. And we received Monroe County's corrective action. So in addition to that, I think we of the 23 audits, we have Twigs and Dodge. We did get Dodge's 23 audit, have not received Twigs audit yet. That one's being done by Norman Jenkins. Of the 24 audits, Calhoun City, they've been provided their engagement letter. Department of Audits has not gotten a response yet from them. Department of Audits is almost finished with their financial statements. Dodge, they said the field work would start at the end of May if their financial statements are done. We do not have an update on Twigs, Dooley, or Lamar. I think they're all Baldwin Jenkins audits for 24.
And I believe you provided us with some updated corrective action plans that had been requested. And it looks like we got 4: Dodge County, Twigs County, Lamar County, and
Dooley.
Dooley.
Those are the corrective action plans that we have, which are their old audits. They have not completed the 24.
On that report of that issue, does anyone have any questions or concerns?
So, Jason, those corrective action plans just went.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, can we get those?
I will. Whatever.
Yeah, that'd be great, because I'm clueless. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's go back to Twigs. What is the reason that Twigs has not got their 23 audit?
We did ask the Department of Audits, but we did not get a response. still waiting. I do know they're working with Baldwin Jenkins on this audit. Not complete. We've also reached out to Baldwin Jenkins to see if they have any update. We have not received.
Yeah, has anyone from the department called Twigs and asked them why they haven't got their audit?
We've reached out to Baldwin Jenkins.
Russ,
Yes.
yes, we did reach out and requested an update from Twigs, and their response on April 21st was that they were awaiting it from Walton and Jenkins. So we have reached out.
We don't have a timetable.
Can we ask Malden Jenkins for a timetable? I mean, it's the 23 audit, that's old. It's past time to get that done. And they can't do 24 until they get 23 done. So it is past time. I think we need to push them to see that it gets done. Now, Russ, are you gonna take care of that?
We can, and Stephanie said she's reaching out right now as well, so we'll try and.
All right. A bunch of people calling, we'll get to it. Any other questions or thoughts on this particular issue?
All right. I just have one other update for audit committee. I think maybe hopefully at the June meeting, do a full board presentation. If you guys haven't had a chance, there are 2 bills that have yet to be signed by the governor. That's why I won't wait until after it's signed by the governor. But if you have a chance to look over House Bill 1164 and Senate Bill 472, those are the 2 bills to address some of the concerns that we have in Calhoun City and how we're going to resolve these concerns in the future. I did make some notes on some of the stuff so you have an idea of what's in there for the state board. One of the things that they've got in there is meet no less than 6 times each year. That representatives from the Department of Audits and Accounts and the State Charter Schools Commission shall be in attendance at these meetings. You're responsible for, at a minimum, reviewing reports of fiscal conditions of local systems, state charter schools, and completion special schools. You'll be assessing financial conditions and risks of the state's public education system by making routine examination of financial reporting, internal controls, and adherence to state law and policies of the Department of Education, the Charter Commission, and the Department of Juvenile Justice. And then collect reports twice a year from State Health Benefit Plan, TRS, and ERS of reconciled payments owed by each local school system, state charter, or completion school that is delinquent. Those are for the House Bill 1164. On Senate Bill 472, some with a different responsibility, which would require the State Board of Education to conduct a hearing within 10 to 90 days and recommend to the governor whether to suspend any eligible members of a local board of education with pay. This would occur if a local school system is designated by the state auditor as requiring the highest level of monitoring, supports, and interventions promulgated by the Department of Audits. And also if the local board of education, school system, or local school superintendent are subject to a finding by the state auditor for financial mismanagement or misconduct following an investigation. So these are some of those rules will be coming out and be developed by the Department of Audits. In the presentation, I'll go over some of their responsibilities and then some of the district's responsibilities. But I want y'all to be aware of kind of what's in the bill for the state.
Any questions or concerns about those House bills? Those are awaiting the governor's signature. They're on his desk. So be on the lookout for that. It creates, as a creating audits committee, it mandates that it becomes a standing committee. That will make, it spells out what the duties are. So, any other questions, comments for the good of this committee? Any comments? All right. That concludes your response.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Let's get one.
Can we get a copy of all of the districts that are on moderate, high, low risk?
The SB 68 list.
Yeah, it's posted out there. Should be.
It's on the list. Okay, it is now.
Let's send that.
Does everyone get the quarterly report that comes out?
Senate Bill 68, the quarterly report.
SB 68.
If you don't, let us know.
Yeah, they email it to us.
Yes.
Was there any more questions this year in the session or any of these bills raise any questions about the need for financial training for local boards of education? I know in the past, there's been some questions about whether that was necessary. Was that questioned at all during this session?
Brought up a lot.
That they needed less training or more? Pardon me?
More training.
Oh, that's a change.
Lots
Last year was less.
Last year was less, okay. Thank you.
All right, anything else for the good of the committee? All right, concludes audits.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Stockwell, turn it over to rules.
We have 6 items on the rules agenda.
All right, thank you so much for the brief respite off my feet. Item number 1 is a request to initiate new state board rule 160-4-2.49, high school graduation requirements for students enrolling in the 9th grade for the first time in the 2023-2024 school year and subsequent years. This rule is being requested for initiation, which means if it is approved, it will be posted for at least 30 days for public review and comment. State Board Rule 160-4-2.49, high school graduation requirements for students enrolling in the 9th grade for the first time in the 2023-2024 school year and subsequent years, is being created to provide clarity on the requirements for a high school diploma and to incorporate necessary updates that have been in effect in recent years. Updates provided in the rule include adding new definitions and a table outline of minimum credit requirements for clarification, updating course names to align with new standards that were approved by the state board in recent years, the inclusion of CTAE plus options for credit substitutions, and references to additional diploma options such as accelerated career and work-based learning. This version of the rule maintains the minimum credit requirements for a high school diploma and retains information from the previous rule relative to students with disabilities. If approved, this rule will be posted for 30 days for public review and comment.
This is, go ahead.
Great step forward to ensure that we provide services and needs to all students. This solidifies all the things that we've been preaching.
Any other questions or concerns? Or this is a rule for initiation, so we'll see what people say.
Item number 2 is a request to approve to post hunter safety education standards. Again, these standards are being proposed in order to meet the requirements of Senate Bill 148 from the 2026 legislative session. The standards developed by the Department of Education provide a framework for local school systems to implement hunter education aligned with courses offered by the Department of Natural Resources. The course is designed to equip students with critical skills in hunter safety, student safety, outdoor education, and environmental stewardship. Course standards were informed by input from an advisory committee made up of experts from the Department of Natural Resources, agriculture education educators, and experienced health and physical education educators. If approved, the standards will be posted for public review and comment for at least 30 days.
Questions or comments? And this is just to be initiated.
Item number 3 is a request to approve to post instrument repair 1 through 4 standards. This course proposal was submitted by Gwinnett County Schools and is supported by the Fine Arts Advisory Council members to create a new series of courses in instrument repair, which is a high-need field in the music creative industry. Instrument repair supports a well-rounded music program at the high school level and supports essential skills for the workforce outside of music performance. The Standards Committee included industry professionals and was highly desired as a new course by the school district's fine arts coordinators and music teachers. If approved, these standards will be posted for public review and comment for at least 30 days.
Any questions or comments? this will be initiated as well.
Item number 4 is a request for a Title 20 waiver of local school board governance for Social Circle City Schools. Social Circle City Schools is seeking a waiver of the portion of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, Section 20-2-51C4A, which provides that no person who has an immediate family member serving as a school principal or assistant principal or a district leadership position may serve on the local board of education. This law also stipulates that if the local education agency's initial fall enrollment count conducted in 2009 pursuant to state code does not exceed a full-time equivalent count of 2,800 students, the State Board of Education shall be authorized to waive its rule and law upon request of a local board of education or an individual attempting to qualify to run for the local board of education. The sister of a current local board member in Social Circle City Schools is employed as a district employee and is being recommended for a district level leadership position. Social Circle City Schools had an FTE of less than 2,800 during the requisite time period and is requesting a waiver to allow this current board member to continue serving on the local board of education for the duration of their term.
Any questions?
What is the count?
What was their count in 2009?
No, what is the count?
I'm not sure exactly what the count is now. It had to be as in 2009 what the count was at that time. And it was 1,600, a little over 1,600 students.
It's in the letter. They put their count in the letter. My question is, do we know if the vote was unanimous of the local board
The vote for?
to approve the resolution, to request the waiver?
These are understanding that the vote was unanimous.
Was unanimous? Okay, thank you.
It's my understanding that the position is for the relative is not yet confirmed. So they're being proactive in their request.
What their population, 19.
I know we had a similar request in the second year. Discussing that threshold.
Questions? Comments?
Item number 5 is a request to approve the 2026-27 local board governance training providers. The State Board of Education has adopted governance standards for local boards as the basis for local school board member training. In June 2011, the State Board adopted a document entitled Training Requirements for Members of Local Boards of Education and Members of Local Education Agencies in response to the passage of Senate Bill 84 during the 2010 legislative session. One of the provisions set forth in this document requires the Department of Education to approve training providers and courses for training credits. The training providers on the attached list, if approved, will conduct local school board member training utilizing curricula aligned with the State Board of Education's governance standards for local boards and will meet identified needs for improvement as submitted in local boards training programs.
Any questions?
Well, I did look and it said it was unanimous vote, except for the one who abstained because it was a 4-0 vote.
Thank you.
Next, number 6.
Item number 6 is a request to approve the Georgia Special Needs Scholarship Program 2026-2027 private school list. The Official Code of Georgia annotated, Section 20-2-2115, requires the State Board of Education to authorize private schools that will be eligible to participate in the Georgia Special Needs Scholarship Program. The new private schools on the attached list meet the requirements of rule and law to provide services through the Georgia Special Needs Scholarship Program. Once authorized by the State Board of Education, the new private schools will be added to the list of participating private schools and will be eligible to begin accepting scholarship students in the 2026-2027 school year.
These are new schools added to the
Yes.
list of over 300,
Yeah.
about 300.
Yeah.
Any questions? Then if it's okay, Madam Chair, we would like to move items 1 through 6 to the consent agenda.
On to the budget.
Real quick updates, if you'd like, on the Jenkins emails.
Okay. Yes, please.
That was quick.
Yeah, Twigs, we finished and issued the Twigs FY 23 audit by Friday.
Mhm.
The Lamar Board of Education is in process, they've had to engage a consultant, research some things that are outstanding, and Julie is also in process, but we'll have to get back to us on their time.
Thank you. Good.
Committee? Sorry.
Go ahead, Russ, I'll check it out.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started with item number 1. Item number 1 is a contract renewal with Georgia Alternate Assessment 2.0. The purpose of this contract is to provide for the design, development, administration, scoring, reporting, psychometric activities, and technical documentation for the Georgia Alternative Assessment. The total contract amount is not to exceed $3,122,968.
Any questions or comments?
I just want to make a comment or ask a question regarding the paper option. Is there any way that could possibly be made available? I know I have talked to you before about a paper option for students, and with it being brought up again, with the school district talking about the students that are so young that do not have keyboarding experience. And I've heard that from several parents in my district. So I just wanted to touch base on that.
Yes, ma'am, that's certainly something we can pull some information on and provide some more information regarding that. There's certainly a lot of factors that go into it, especially with our new English language arts assessments. They are multimodal, meaning students interact with videos and audio and podcasts when they do that section. So there's a lot of consideration.
Okay, any further comments, any questions? If not, Russ, number 2.
Item number 2 is a contract renewal with the Georgia Kindergarten Inventory of Developing Skills, GKIT 2.0. The purpose of this contract is to provide for the administration, scoring, and reporting of the Georgia Kindergarten Inventory of Developmental Skills. The total contract amount is not to exceed $290,570.
Questions or comments regarding item 2? All right, thank you.
And just for an FYI, that we're still waiting for the governor to sign the budget. We're being proactive in getting everything in order, but we'll have to wait for the governor to sign the budget.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention that, yes. A lot of these that you'll see that are approval pending the governor's FY 27 budget, we have reached out to the governor's office. They are aware that we are spending these items early. If anything does change, we'll bring it back.
Okay, I will need the contractors, Board of Region.
Number 2.
Number,
what are we on?
No, we're on 2.
2, okay.
2 is okay. Okay, so we'll pull that for a separate vote, so you can abstain.
All right, that's item 2.
Item 2.
Board of Regents, okay.
all right, item number 3 is a contract renewal with the Georgia Milestones Assessment System. The purpose of this contract is to provide for the design, development, administration, scoring, reporting, psychometric activities, and technical documentation for the Georgia Milestones Assessment System. The total contract is not to exceed $19,044,199.
Go ahead.
Question, so, this is actually, cost has gone down year over year, so usually I'm the one asking why it's going up, but it's going down, so that's good, so why is that?
We talked about that.
Yeah.
Russ, yes, do tell.
Yeah.
One of the main reasons is, we're implementing new English language arts assessments this year, and imagine test development is expensive, and ELA test development in particular is extra expensive, given all the passages and those aspects of it. So we are now getting to the end of test development, which means our contract gets back to kind of just a regular operational.
Right.
Can I ask you about, my son's in 3rd grade, so he's taking it for the first time this year. They're probably on like week 2 or 3 of preparing them how to take the test online. Like showing them the practice, and they had a parent session I went to just to be nosy. And I was a little surprised at like the makeup of the test on the screen. For example, he has to and I'm sure you've seen it, but he has to read a whole passage that he has to scroll to read. And then he has to scroll to do all of the questions up and down. And I just didn't know if that was I'm sure it's part of the way their system is. I just didn't know if there was a way to get them feedback that, if they're going to be that just seems like a lot for a 3rd grader. And I don't let him use a computer at home unless it's for schoolwork. So the only experience he gets with it is there. So I just didn't know if that was something that they've received feedback on. I was a little surprised at how I need you. It was like the whole browser and then the test in the very middle of it. And so I don't know. I just didn't know if that was I was surprised. Last time I gave a milestone, it was on paper. So that was 5 years ago. So I was a little surprised when I saw it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're always happy to hear that feedback from districts. If they are, encountering anything and they want to provide us with that feedback, we're happy to have it and to look into it. I can say we, as part of the test development process, we do something called cognitive laboratory studies. So we routinely go out and administer these types of items with students, and teachers walk them through it, and effectively the students talk out loud while they're answering, so we can get to that information on how well they can interact, not just with the content of the items, but the item types, the layout, all of those types of things. And so far, we haven't encountered any issues. The kids have always, the data that comes back from those studies has always been positive. Of course, for any individual student, their unique, experience could differ. I'm happy that districts have feedback. Let them send it to us.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments or questions on item 3? Okay. Jennifer, do you want to take back over at item 4 of the budget?
I bet you're doing a great job, but I'm certainly happy to do that. We can. I can. I'm happy.
Okay.
Okay. So sorry.
We are on item 4. Yes. Rusk is about to talk to us about item 4.
Okay. Did we talk about the cost reductions?
Yes, yes, we did.
Okay.
Yep.
I had made some notes, so I was going to bring that up.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
pulled. Just so you know, item 2 is going to be pulled.
Item 2 is going to be pulled.
Yes.
Okay.
Or separate.
Or separate vote.
Yes.
I'll say this, what we did talk about also was that while the test did go down, it wasn't savings. We're utilizing ESSER funds. The ESSER funds offset those increases. Really a surplus in the testing budget. It's now down.
Thank you. Excellent. All right. Let's move on to item number 4.
Item number 4 is a contract with Lexile Framework for Reading. The purpose of this contract is for the licensing of Lexile measures based on reading portion of Georgia Milestones English Language Arts ELA assessments. The total contract amount is not to exceed $560,000.
Are there any questions? All right. There are no questions. I'll need to put this on the consent agenda unless there's a. No, that's good. Okay. Yep. And moving on to number 5.
All right, number 5 is a contract renewal with Vita Access and Alternate Access. The purpose of this contract is to provide for printing, distribution, administration, scoring, and reporting of the Access for ELLs 2.0 for Georgia students in grades K through 12. The total contract amount is not to exceed $5,188,757.
Thank you, Russ. Are there any questions about item number 5? None. That on the consent agenda also. And next up is item number 6.
Item number 6 is a contract renewal with U Science. The purpose of this contract is to provide students with access to opportunities for career development from middle through post-secondary. The total contract amount is not to exceed $493,060.
Any questions on item number 6? Yes, Ms. Kenmore.
Dr. Wall here or somebody?
They're out of state.
She moved. But we have someone here.
Jennifer
He's
is online
online.
from CCA.
Okay. Okay, I'm glad to see you science on there, renewal. Are all districts utilizing this program?
All districts do not use youth science. We provide youth science and help to help our districts meet the requirements of Top State for Talent, the interest inventory and aptitude battery and all of those pieces that are part of the requirements of that act. But we do not, all districts don't have to use it. We provide it, but they're not required to use that. They do have to do something. So some do Naviance and some do, there are a few other tools that districts use.
Okay, youth science is the one that's provided free of charge, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that they understand that.
Yes, we do share that information frequently in many different platforms and ways. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any additional questions about number 6? Hearing none, there's no objections, we'll move this to the consent agenda. Thanks. And now to item number 7.
All right, item number 7 is a contract renewal with Certiport. Purpose of this contract is to provide certification exams for Microsoft Office specialists and information technology specialist certifications in Georgia's high schools. The total contract amount is not to exceed $1,274,594.
Are there any questions about item number 7? Ms. Kenmore.
There's a decrease, 14% decrease from March 2025 and 19 fewer schools testing. Is there a reason why the certification? I mean, this is a wonderful opportunity for our school students to be able to gain skill sets to be able to take into the workforce. Just wondering, any reason behind that?
Yeah, CTA.
Jennifer, did you hear that question?
CTA.
I heard. I know we're talking about Certiport. Could you ask the question one more time?
I see that there was a 14.11% decrease from March of 2025 and 19 fewer schools testing for the certification. Could you give us some reasoning behind that? I know they're continuing to test, but still, this is a wonderful opportunity for our school students to gain valuable skill set for going into the workforce. And I was just wondering.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure why we would have seen fewer schools using Certiport. I don't know if there are other instruments they're using, but Tia Bentley could probably provide us with that information, and I'll be happy to ask her.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if you can provide that, it would be fantastic.
I will shoot her an email right now.
Thank you. Are there any other questions about item number 7?
Well, the other point of that is that usage is down 14%, contract amount's the same. It looks like it's a 3 of a 5-year renewal, so if it's not going to be used, hopefully there would be cost reductions maybe.
Well, I would say because the contracts are not to exceed contract, would that be exactly how it's set up?
I believe this contract, we've had the same contract for a decade. And it's my understanding that in some of the previous, and we can definitely reach out, we get a extremely good deal with this product. Costs associated based on the number of people that have access to it. It also allows for us as Department of Education employees, we also have access to take it, and our staff have access to it.
Teachers in the school system.
It's given at a very big discount, so I don't know that if there is savings on not a little bit of a decrease, if that will actually transfer over to a reduction in cost.
also with the end of pathway testing season.
Yeah, there's still.
So like, I know the kids in high school are not.
But it's still a decrease from.
They're saying that's from March.
Yeah.
So all things being equal.
Yeah, looking at March.
March 25, March
26.
Should it somewhat, unless there was an outlier in there. I mean, I don't
And the
know.
pathways may have changed at the school too, that they may not be offering the.
They may have.
They're constantly moving. We saw the new ones coming today.
Yeah, so that's why I asked, you know.
If they didn't make a class, then that would require local funds. So maybe a cost.
Any additional comments or questions on item number 7? Hearing none, and if there's no objection, I will move to put this on the consent agenda. All right, rest number 8.
Number 8 is our FY '27 Georgia Department of Education budget. The fiscal year '27 education budget as defined by fiscal year '27 Appropriations Act. Some of the highlights include, once again, we're very thankful to the governor and the legislature fully funding QBE and equalization. We've got an additional staff member in our financial review, pupil transportation, and as the superintendent mentioned earlier, statewide attendance officer. We have additional grant funding for character ed, boost, auditory and vision equipment, high demand equipment, heavy equipment simulators, and an AI coding program. There's $70 million for literacy coaches, and also an additional $38 million in pupil transportation funds, which is stay closer to funding about 40% of district operation. Those are some of the highlights.
Any comments or questions about item number 8? Hearing none, I'll move, unless there's an objection, I'll move to this in the consent agenda. And we'll do that. Next up is item number 9.
Item number 9 is the FY state salary schedule. OCGA 20-2-212 requires the State Board of Education to establish a schedule of minimum salaries for certified professional school personnel.
Are there any questions for this item, number 9? Hearing none, I'll move to put this on the consent agenda. Next up is item number 10.
Item number 10 is a contract with West Ed. West Ed will provide the Georgia Department of Education professional learning and technical assistance in assessing and building the effectiveness and efficiency of the state general supervision system, identifying priorities for continuous improvement, and deepening the capacity of state education agency staff to support and sustain implementation of the Individuals with Disabilities Act at the state level and the provision of a free appropriate public education for students with disabilities. The total contract is not to exceed $367,500.
Thank you, Russ. Are there any questions about this item number 10? Hearing none, I will move to put this on the consent agenda. Next up is item number 11.
Item number 11 is a contract renewal with Serve Center. Under this contract, the Serve Center will assist in the primary administration of the McKinney-Vento Education for Homeless Children and Youth and the Title IV Part B 21st Century Community Learning Center's federally discretionary grant program. The total contract is not to exceed $1,644,895.
Are there any questions about this item? Yes, Ms. Kenmore.
Just elaborate on this, because this is near and dear to my heart, you know, Vento and everything, so.
It's the second year that we have this contract, and this came after we restructured last year. And so what we did was we contracted with this particular vendor who has a lot of experience working in multiple states, and with the goal of being more efficient and effective and being how we can improve and streamline that.
Everybody here are familiar with McKinney-Vento? Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions on item number 11? All right, hearing none, I will move to the consent agenda. Next up is item number 12.
Item number 12 is a contract, the AIM Institute for Learning and Research. This contract will provide professional learning for children, early childhood and secondary educators, students with IEPs who receive GNET services. The total contract amount is not to exceed $338,146.
Any questions about item number 12? Hearing no questions, I'll move this in the consent agenda. Item number 13, please.
Item number 13 is a contract, Star Autism Support. This contract that provides professional learning for up to 1,000 GNET teachers and paraprofessionals who serve students with autism to implement evidence-based practices and support strategies. The contract amount is not to exceed $679,500.
Are there any questions about item number 13? Hearing none, I'll move to place that on the consent agenda. Next up is item number 14.
All right, item number 14 is a contract renewal, Everway N2Y Read and Write and Equation. This contract will provide a statewide license for everywhere software, read and write, and equation, which are high-quality assistive technology software programs that reading, writing, and mathematics, and determine effective accommodations for students with disabilities. The total contract amount is not to exceed $755,139.
Are there any questions about item number 14? Ms. Kenmore.
Could you elaborate on this one? I know this is something that I like to touch on to make sure state schools are engaged.
Matter of fact, I pulled the data because I asked those, but we've seen this a number of times. At this point, last month we brought it. We were just trying to get the start and end dates similar. So this has to do with a variety of assistive technology tools that we're able to pay for across the state to make sure that we can do with high incidence students, that it really helps increase the rate of graduation. So, for example, some of the data that you're probably interested in, we are providing up to 225,000 licenses. We've seen an uptick in that for the read and write. We had almost 200,000 of those licenses being used with Equatio. We have around 190,000 being used, so that's around 85%, and you are around 80% as well. And so for the Georgia Academy for the Blind, they're using 150 licenses, AASD 200 licenses, and then Georgia School Board 150 licenses. So we've really been utilizing the assistive technology that we can provide.
Any additional questions on item number 14? Hearing none, I will move to place that on the consent agenda also. Moving on, item number 15.
Item number 15 is a grant, FY26 grant for residential and reintegration services. The grant for residential and reintegration services assists local education agencies with providing a free and public education to students with disabilities who have an individualized education programs requiring placement in a private facility. The total grant amount is not to exceed $1,451,945.
Questions about item number 15? I think there's none. I'll move to put that on the consent agenda. Item number 16.
Item number 16 is a grant. This is our FY25 high-cost grant for special education. These grants will partially reimburse LEAs for the costs incurred for students whose IEPs require extensive and expensive direct instructional and related services that exceed $27,000 per student. The total grant amount is not to exceed $5,107,312.
Are there any questions on item number 16? Hearing none, I'll move to put that on the consent agenda. Number 17.
Number 17 is a contract renewal with the communities and schools of Georgia. The purpose of this appropriation is to support performance learning centers, maintain a network of local affiliate organizations across the state, and partner with other state and national organizations to support student access, student success in school and beyond. The total contract is not to exceed $1,940,100.
Questions about item number 17?
Is this a line item in the budget? Communities and schools, yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Hearing none, I'll move to place this on the consent agenda. Number 18.
Number 18 is a grant, Title I Part A, School Improvement Structured Literacy Support Coach Grant. The purpose of this grant is to provide funds to local education agencies with elementary schools identified as comprehensive and improvement to fund a structured literacy support coach position. The total funding is not to exceed $8,250,000.
Are there any questions about item number 18? Ms. Kenmore.
Dr. Johnson, would you like to share anything regarding this item?
I absolutely would. My team wanted to make sure I shared this with the board today because we just had so many improvements across those schools. They said, make sure if they ask anything about it, let them know that we had some schools that actually increased 29 percentage points in just 1 year. And with us included this in our school improvement support last year, which is pretty huge. And so far this year, we've had over 15% of increases on the universal screener data, an overall drop in students at risk for reading failure, and our strongest gains have actually been in kindergarten. We've also had an increase in students reading on grade level, and that multiple of our CSI schools, not just the ones that got 29%, have also demonstrated double-digit increases in the percentage of our students scoring at the proficient level or above on the ELA Georgia Milestones Assessment. And that was from last year when we started this initiative. And the only reason that that amount decreased is because we have 3 schools that are actually closing. So, but it was just a very positive, we'll say, attribute to our schools that are federally identified. Thank you.
Any additional questions on item number 18? All right, hearing none, I'll move to place that on the consent agenda. Item number 19.
All right, item number 19 is a grant, Graduates Ready to Attain Success in Post-Secondary Grant. Purpose of this grant is to provide identified high schools with funding for 1 additional counselor to support a specific and limited caseload of at-risk students in achieving academic, personal, and career development success. The total grant is not to exceed $1,345,000.
Are there any questions about item number 19? Hearing none, I move to place that on the consent agenda. Number 20, please.
All right, item number 20 is a contract renewal with ATC Healthcare Services. The purpose of this contract is to ensure that the Georgia Academy for the Blind students receive nursing services in accordance with their IEP plans during all 3 shifts. The total contract amount is not to exceed $260,000.
Are there any questions about item number 20? Hearing none, I will move to place them on the consent agenda. Number 21.
Number 21 is a contract renewal with Darwin Joy, doing business as Leisure Time Activities charter bus service. The purpose of this contract is to provide transportation services for the state schools to transport Georgia School for the Deaf students to and from Georgia School Academy for the Blind, and to transport GAB, GSD, and Atlanta Area School for the Deaf students to and from competitions, sports, and other events as needed. The total contract amount is not to exceed $530,800.
Any questions about item 21? Hearing none, I'll move to place that on the consent agenda. Number 22.
Number 22 is a contract renewal, Georgia Enterprises for Products and Services. The purpose of this contract is to provide American Sign Language interpreting services to the Georgia Department of Education and the state schools. The total contract amount is not to exceed $750,000.
Any questions about item 22? Hearing none, I'll move to put that on the consent agenda also. 23.
Item number 23 is a contract amendment with the College Board Advanced Placement. The purpose of this contract amendment is to increase payment to cover the additional AP exams taken by eligible students in May of 2026. The Georgia Department of Education is invoiced for the actual number of AP exams scored. The amount of the amendment is $1,468,571, which brings the total contract amount not to exceed $5,558,701.
Any questions about item number 23? Yes, Ms. Kenmore.
Dr. Aldridge, is there an estimated number of home study students that will be added to this? Is there any estimate that you have?
So that data is actually self-reported by districts. And so I don't have an exact number now because the way AP works is you go by an estimate of the tests that are ordered. And then AP testing actually does not occur until the end of school, right? So once we get finished with testing, and then based on the self-reporting data that we have asked our school districts and LEAs to provide to us, we will be able to have an estimate of homeschool students, which will be really important for budget considerations for the next school year.
Thank you. Any additional questions about item 23? None. If there's no objection, I'll move to place this on the consent agenda. 24.
Item number 24 is a contract renewal, American Association of Adaptive Sports Program. This contract will support students with mobility disabilities by providing them with opportunities to participate in military sports. Funding for the American Association of Adaptive Sports Programs has been appropriated by the General Assembly. The total contract amount is not to exceed $400,000.
Any questions or comments about item 24? None. Move to put that on the consent agenda. Item 25.
Item number 25 is a contract renewal, Georgia Biosciences Organization. This contract will support the Biotech Teacher Training Initiative by providing immersive professional learning to science teachers aimed at leveraging biotechnology to enhance students' learning opportunities within the traditional science courses. The total contract is not to exceed $323,000.
Any questions about item 25? Very done. If there's no objections, I will place that on the consent agenda. 26.
26, contract renewal, Georgia Southern University Research and Service Foundation. This contract is to develop a supplementary secondary math pilot program that will reach all areas of the state and provide support services for students working toward mastering the learning expectations described in Georgia's K-12 mathematics standards. The total contract is not to exceed $475,000.
Any questions about item number 26? Hearing none, if there's no objection, I'll move to place on the consent agenda. 27.
Item number 27 is a contract renewal with Instructure, Inc. The purpose of this contract is to provide hosting and support for students enrolled in the Georgia Virtual Schools Teacher Facilitated course and the Georgia Credit Recovery Module-based courses. The contract amount is not to exceed $521,960.
Any questions about item 27? All right, hearing none, if there's no objection, I'll plan to place this on the consent agenda. 28.
Item 28 is a contract renewal with Computer Aid. The purpose of this contract is to provide temporary IT staffing to assist in development, maintenance, and enhancement of all web-enabled applications. The total contract amount is not to exceed $10 million.
Any questions about item 28? Hearing none, if there's no objection, I'll move to place it on the consent agenda. Item 29.
Item 29 is a contract renewal with Board of Regents, K-12 Network. The purpose of this contract is to provide internet access for all Georgia local education agencies, Georgia state schools, and the Georgia Department of Education. The contract amount is not to exceed $5,725,230.
Any questions about item 29? Okay, Steph needs to abstain, so we will pull this for a separate vote. Any additional questions or comments about item 29? All right, done. I'll pull that, have that pulled for a separate vote. All right, number 30 is the 50,000 to 250,000 contracts. I'm sure everyone reviewed all of those. Are there any comments, questions about that? Or Russ, you want to set that up and then I'll just ask the questions?
If there's any questions on the 50 to 250.
Present this. Let's see this. Were there any questions or comments on item number 30 with those individual items? I should read those out. There is a Board of Regents. Okay. All right. Thank you, Steph. We'll also pull that item for a separate vote. Okay. But are there any comments or questions that we need to discuss on those items? Excellent. All right. No comments or questions, but I have noted that I'll be requesting to pull that for a separate vote tomorrow. I do believe that concludes the budget committee session of the agenda.
So you're pulling item 2 for a separate vote, item 29 for a separate vote, and the one item under 30.
Yes. Do I need to know the one item?
Yes, we'll just pull the one item.
Okay, we'll pull the one item. Thank you.
Ms. Kinnamore?
Dr. Jackson.
I'm sorry, point of order, is actually two items under, under 30 for board reasons.
Okay, 19 and number.
Oh, I saw them.
There are.
They are numbered.
There are.
They are numbered.
FY 27 and one of them's FY 26.
You gotta pull those two and the rest will stay on the consent agenda.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you today. We have a lot of exciting things going on at our 3 state schools, and Ms. Kenmore asked me to give you some highlights today. One of the important things is graduation is coming up. I want to remind you of those dates and times for the Atlanta Area School for the Deaf. It's Saturday, May 16th at 10 a.m. For the Georgia School for the Deaf, that's Tuesday, May 19th at 2 p.m. And for the Georgia Academy for the Blind, it is Friday, May 22nd at 10 a.m. You did receive an email with save the dates back in February. If anyone needs that again, please let me know and I will send it to you. Of course, right now we are involved in testing at all 3 schools. We completed our first week of testing last week. We have one more day of testing, that is tomorrow. We will complete all the regular testing. Friday and Monday are makeup days. We do have a couple of students who are residential who missed this week of testing, and we'll have to make that up. Everything has gone really well on testing. It's quite a complicated process with our students and takes an extended amount of time. And we've had our 3 school-based coordinators working with our district coordinators and have had a stellar experience with that this year. All 3 schools this year received the Ready Georgia School of Preparedness seal. And I'd like you to know also that we are working with Justin Hill and the Office of Whole Child to now that the schools are top-notch in this area. But what we'd like to do, we're working with Justin's team, is to align those practices across all 3 schools in the best way that we can do that. And obviously, we have different populations and we're in very different places across the state. So we're going to do a crosswalk of those and align those practices as closely as possible given our different situations with our students. So we're excited to have that collaboration. In the area of literacy, the 4 of 8 modules for the science of reading for deaf and hard of hearing children have been released and are being used by our 2 deaf schools, as well as pushed out to DHH teachers all across the state of Georgia. So we're really excited about that. The science of reading for blind children is in the works, and that will be coming out hopefully during next school year. We're really excited about these. We start with the regular science of learning, science of reading that all K-3 teachers do. We start there. And with that as our foundation, we work on the necessary adaptations for our deaf children and our blind children. So this does not replace science of reading training for our teachers. It enhances the science of reading for our teachers of deaf and hard of hearing, blind, visually impaired students. All 3 schools are providing after school, weekend, and we'll be providing summer mental health services for our students. This is being done after 40 hours of regular work by the school counselors or school psychologists or school social workers. So we're really excited. The students have really really gotten engaged with this opportunity. The parents have given us such a positive response. We're so excited to have deaf providers at the deaf school and a trained VI person at the blind school. So we're excited. This came from a grant opportunity. It's not state funded. It is a federal grant that all 3 schools got, and we're very excited to be using it in this manner. You might know that our students are very often very isolated in their homes. The deaf students, 97% of the parents do not sign and cannot communicate with their students. And so the things that build up in them can't really be expressed at home. And obviously during school hours, we're engaged in instruction. So this gives them that opportunity to get that support that they need. So we're really excited about that. We also have a strong multi-tiered system of support program that is working together with us on both academics as well as behavior, and attendance has been a high focus. You noticed that was mentioned a lot earlier during the charter school discussion. We have some different kind of difficulties because oftentimes if a student misses 1 day at one of the residential schools, they miss 5. So we're working on some innovative ways to get students back to school after doctor's appointments, for example, or to have some after-school credit attendance recovery. So we're working on those things now. We've already gone back to personal phone calls to parents. That is happening after 5 absences, and then again at 10. And if there's more after that, we targeted students in January who had already missed 9 days, which is leading to the 18 days that would be called chronic absenteeism. We have seen improvement already in that area. Several of those students are no longer on track to be chronically absent from the school. So I wanted to let you know about that work that we're doing there. Also in PBIS implementation, we have decreased the number of office discipline referrals at all 3 schools. But people are very jealous of these numbers, but the Academy for the Blind has had 4 office discipline referrals this year. The Georgia School for the Deaf has had 7. I mean, almost double the office discipline referrals there at the Georgia School for the Deaf. The Atlanta Area School for the Deaf has a significant number more. They're around in the 200s on theirs. Keep in mind, 2 years ago, they were over 1,000. So we've been doing a lot of work in this area. It has a lot to do with the student population that they deal with. We've had some training up front this year that has made a huge difference about a flow chart for teachers. What do you handle in your own classroom? What does a major office discipline referral look like? So we've done a lot of work around that and have seen a great improvement in that area. I do have just a brief story from each school I'd love to share I know it's late. And so if you don't mind. So the first one I want to share is about a science class at the Georgia Academy for the Blind that I went into. And the teacher had said, I was learning about Newton's laws of motion. The students had already done a good job. This was a review. The teacher had set up 4 stations for the students. She brought them to each station. She described what was there. She allowed the students to feel what was there. They had to decide after they saw all 4 stations which law of motion that station described. I would have failed that myself, but so then she went through and she actually did with the students, allowed the students to do the things at each station and just tell why they chose the law of motion that they chose. And one of them was a Lego train on a Lego track. And one of the students, some of them have low vision, they can see a little bit. And this one student who was completely blind, he's like, how am I supposed to know? She said, let's do it again and you listen and you tell me. He was able to answer the question. So that was exciting. That happens at the School for the Blind every single day in every classroom. It is amazing to me the work that has to be done in advance before they can teach any given lesson. So, you know, they're making raised maps of the world where they can feel every single latitude and longitude line and those kinds of things. So one of the students in the class was new to GAB. This was a 8th grade physical science class. And one of the students had only come in that year. And I watched this young lady and I thought, yes, they could have. She could have. She can hear. She's very bright. She could be in a public school, but she would not have had that experience. And so it was delightful to see how engaged she was and how, I mean, she was just beaming. So that was exciting. Wanted to share one from the Georgia School for the Deaf about a child that's 14 years old now who came to the Georgia School for the Deaf when she was 4. And she'd been in her very tiny public school system in Rising Fawn, Georgia. And if you know where that is, that's a plus. You probably also know where Cave Spring is. So she'd been in that school system. They had done everything they knew to do for her. And what they decided to do was to send her to the Georgia School for the Deaf. And she has some physical disabilities. She has autism, and she is profoundly deaf, so she hears no sounds at all. And she came to the school with no language. And she has some cognitive issues as well. So she came to the school and she was initially placed in a resource classroom. But we began to see this young lady picking up language very quickly. And so by the time she was in kindergarten, she was being sent to inclusion classes, just one at the beginning and then 2. And I want to tell you, at 14 years old, she is an 8th grader in our middle school, full inclusion all day long. Last year, she scored a couple of 4s on her GAA. We're really excited about that, and has well over 1,000 signs. She's doing great. She can read a huge list of words. That's one of the things that she loves to do is spell. So I wanted to share that story about her. And then at the Atlanta Area School for the Deaf, I was able last week to meet a little girl there who came to the school at 5 with no language at all. And so she'd been practicing reading a book with her teacher, and I got to give her the very first AR test that had been given at the Atlanta Area School for the Deaf. And she passed the test. And so I'm so excited about that. She's picked up so much language. It changed the trajectory not only of her academic career, but for her to be able to come there. So I just want to share some fun stories with you about that. And I would love to take any questions that you have, besides the one about traffic.
Look forward to coming to Cave Springs.
We're so excited for you.
And we're going to learn how to sign something.
Yes, you are going to learn how to sign something.
Go to a class.
I might let the little bitty ones teach you.
Yeah. If you don't know how to sign your name, you can at least learn how to sign your name.
That's exactly right. You know, so.
Question, that's a comment. I'll see you at Atlanta Area School for the Deaf graduating.
Okay.
Yes.
That's when I'll be able to make that one.
And I think there's someone going to each one.
I'm going to all 3.
All 3.
This year.
That's exciting for us to have our representation there from our board.
That was from.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Kenmore, anything?
That's it. Everybody, look, if you can make the graduation, that would be great.
All right, now we go. Dr. April coming up. She's got like 1 hour and 10 minutes.
That's right. Oh, wait, I gotta get to Lisa to get my
300 pages of
PowerPoint.
PowerPoint.
That's right, I have an hour and how many minutes?
10 minutes.
An hour and 10 minutes, okay? Do what? It is a big packet. So I was already going to need to really talk fast, which means you have to listen really fast, but now I'm gonna double speed that, okay? Because you know, I love what I do and I happen to have the best team around. And so we are gonna give you some key highlights of some, really great stuff that's going on. I'm gonna go ahead and introduce them while, the smart people are getting they already have my presentation up. Now, I'm a MacBook user, so if I mess this up, y'all just, bear with me, but, MacBook. You what? Oh, it is. Okay. I thought you had an HP over there. Okay. So first, let me start out with this team because the few things that we're going to highlight about what is going on in the world of teaching and learning, I think it is really, really important to understand that this work is being led, supported, and guided by a team of really exceptional educators. And you see this team of what we call our teaching and learning leadership core team up here that is represented by our directors and our program managers and our program leads. I do have directors in teaching and learning here, Dr. Juan Carlos Aguilar. He is the director of innovative programs, research, and mathematics. We have Felicia Purdy, who is the director of curriculum instruction. Y'all stand up. And we have Amy Denny, who soon, I shouldn't do this, it's going to put pressure on her, but she is going to finish her doctorate soon, and then we're going to officially get to call her Dr. Amy Denny. No pressure, you cannot not make it now, right? And then we have Dr. Rodney Green, who serves as our Director of Educator Support and Development. So if you will join me in thanking them for their leadership, because this work gets done because they are moving and driving it. That the work in teaching and learning does not happen in isolation. So everything we're going to talk about, there's essentially nothing that we are doing that is not touching or crossing or collaborating with all of the other divisions in our agency, and of course with our LEAs, because that's really what we're here for, to serve and support those folks. So I have some of my friends and colleagues that are still in here. Certainly we work with Dr. Stephanie Johnson. I see Sean is walking back in, so I'll call her out. And Justin, I just want you to realize that this work is very interrelated, as it happens just like that in our district. So let's talk about something really fun, and that is the charge and the responsibility we have to recruit, retain, and to recognize our workforce. We all know that we continue to talk about the need for teachers and educators in the classroom. And so our Teach and the Teach initiative was launched in 2025, and it is our comprehensive initiative to make sure that we make Georgia the #1 state for teaching in our nation. And we are well on our way. And how are we doing that? We're being very intentional and very prescriptive and providing supports for this work. So we're really focused on 3 key development aspects. We're focused on pipeline clarity and accessibility. That means I'm a high school student. I think I want to be a teacher, but I have no idea how to go about engaging in becoming a teacher. Or better yet, I'm a career changer. I've been in the business world for 10 years. I've had a life change or a different opportunity, and now I want to be a teacher. Where do I go to get information to help me along my journey? That's what we're talking about. Our Teach and the Teach website has that information available and helps people to get on the road to becoming a teacher. But it's also important to make sure we have a platform for teacher voice and to develop leadership. Again, that is part of what our Teach and the Teach website is allowing us to do, and certainly to have professional recognition. And we know when we feel honored and valued as professionals, that helps us to stay in that profession. And so we are continuing to look at those things. Check out those early reach indicators. 1.5 million clicks, 3,600 plus. Are you ready to be a teacher? And we've had those surveys taken. 72 recruitment events. That is boots on the ground. Our team partnering with outside individuals or LEAs to host recruitment events, and then 100 plus district marketing downloads. These are resources that are ready available for districts to actually use in their recruitment and retention process. So lots of great stuff happening and lots of good stuff coming along the way. We're continuing to improve our website. We are developing the Teach and the Teach Ambassador Program, and we're going to be excited to kick that off very soon and announce who that first round of ambassadors are. You have an opportunity to join with us next week
I think you already got a shirt or you will be getting one shortly, but you're invited to come be with us. And if you want to see what the excitement is about, then you join us next week at either at the College Football Hall of Fame for our second annual Teacher Signing Day. It is so popular. We're going to have 2 sessions in Atlanta, and we have regional satellite events all over our state. So there's probably somewhere that you can join in close by so you can see the excitement of teachers coming into our profession. In addition to some of our Teaching the Peach initiatives, we're also focused on certified teacher induction programs. And right now we have 14 LEAs that have actually earned that credential. And those programs are really focused on having strong mentoring programs, on intentional professional learning, and having robust systems of support. Why is this important? Because it's not enough to just get teachers into the classroom. We have to be very intentional about supporting so we keep those great teachers in those classrooms for many years to come. Our Parent to Teacher 5000, both the Certified Teacher Induction Program and the Parent to Teacher 5000 align very nicely with the Senate Resolution 237 work that we are also working across agencies with. And as of to date, 225 teachers have taken access and taken the opportunity to engage with the Parent to Teacher grant program. And basically what this does, it helps them to engage in a Georgia TAP certified endorsement program while they're already in the classroom because they already have a 4-year degree. In addition to teaching the Peach work, when we talk about recruitment, the signing day, those are all those things that we work on to pull people into our profession. Then we have certified teacher induction programs, incentives that help our teachers stay in the classroom. But how do we grow them professionally? One of the biggest ways that Georgia and the DOE is supporting the growth of professionalism is through our Georgia Leads pilot program. Now, I'm really, really excited about this. You can see this heat map and you see all the stars, right? So this is who is represented in our state. And in this past school year, we had 56 school districts and charter schools who are engaged in Georgia Leads. When we start 2026, 2027, we are going to have 102 districts and charter schools engaged. But here's the most exciting part. They are choosing to do this work. And why are they choosing to do this work? If you'll just kind of focus on those little light blue stars, that would have been the beginning of the Georgia Leads pilot. And then you see you have some orange stars, and then you have the green stars, and you have those dark blue stars. What I want you to notice is those dark blue stars, there's a lot of them clustered around those lighter blue stars. This is important. Those light blue stars are the first runners and first participators in Georgia Leads. What we know is people are engaging in this work and finding it meaningful, and it's following right alongside their strategic planning, and other districts close by are saying, hey, we want to be a part of that. And so we are really excited that this pilot is continuing to grow, and we are constantly looking at survey data, but they are constantly telling us back that the most important and most attractive part of Georgia Leads is that it is more growth focused and it's more supportive than prior evaluation systems. And I think that is a huge win for our Georgia educators and an even bigger win for our Georgia students. So we're working on recruiting teachers. We're working on making sure we keep them in the profession. We're making sure we're coaching them and helping them to grow. But we're also taking time to recognize them for their literacy and numeracy efforts, among a few other things. But Superintendent Woods has been all across the state of Georgia. Mentioned this earlier when I think Fulton was sharing some of their work, but 406 literacy leader schools have been awarded, 479 math leader schools awarded. You can see that Fulton County had the highest number of literacy recognitions, DeKalb the highest number of math, and 89 schools were recognized for 100% proficiency. I think that's worth celebrating, and those are the kind of things that can help us to really elevate the work that is happening in many of our schools across the state. I'm going to start moving quickly. You are going to get this slide deck, and there are going to be several different links that you can dig into later, but I'm going to try to just hit some highlights. But of course, we are working on literacy in the state of Georgia. So if you are interested in getting a few more details, this is not a new report, but this is the report that was, I got to get here to my notes, that was required by both House Bill 538 and 307. A similar report will be required by November the 1st, 2026 by House Bill 1193. The Serve Center was a partner in helping us to pull together both quantitative and qualitative data regarding grade level reading, universal screeners, high quality instructional materials, professional learning, and instructional practices. Serve did conduct surveys of both district leaders, principals, and teachers. And when you dig into this report, you will see that the data is showing that 65% of students are reading at or above grade level. It is helping us to establish a statewide baseline, expanding early identification, and focus on targeted intervention at scale. Because when we are finding positive growth, the most important thing we can do is to continue to support that and scale that out so that we begin to move all of that work across our state. We love stories because stories are what help us connect to the work. We can also sometimes see ourselves in the stories, or sometimes we can see an opportunity in a story, and we might can take that and use it in our own community of learners. These are two really great stories about districts that are engaged in the literacy work. And not only does it honor their work, but it also gives a model for other districts so that they can really think about the work that is happening. 4 key points that these stories help us to focus on: local context and a shared commitment to get the literacy work really implemented. Really a focus on the systems that are in action. So what are their evidence-based practices, including their HQMIs, their universal screening, their targeted intervention and coaching? What these stories show us is they're not isolated efforts. And that leads us to that last piece where leadership and support drive implementation. And when districts are fully embracing, there is a visible impact. And so if you want to learn more about the stories of Baldwin County and Quitman, these stories will really encourage you and show you just an example of some of the great work that is going on in our state. I know there was an item on the board docket, and Dr. Johnson did a good job talking about the CSI structured literacy coaching in Georgia. This is also another report that really gives more detail around that. So it shows the early impact of CSI structured literacy coaches. Again, just like the lessons in the SERV report, this report really gives lots of lessons that can be scaled out to other schools across our state. And we are continuing to see impactful student growth as a result of school-based literacy coaches. We do anticipate in the summer that there will be another round of this report because we'll have another year of data, right? And we'll be able to see what that trend data shows us. Of course, we've all been highly engaged in conversation during legislative session, and we do have House Bill 1193, which is the Georgia Early Literacy Act. And I'm not going to get too deep into the details because the most important thing to say right now is that we're continuing to analyze the final bill in partnership, of course, with GOSA, and additional guidance will continue to be provided and rolled out to school districts as all of those final decisions and clarifications are made. But the biggest areas that we are bucketing for our schools to be thinking about as it relates to the legislative language: promotion and retention, certainly literacy coaches at that K-3 area, literacy leadership coaches, the unified literacy plan, HQMI screeners, and statewide leadership. And as always, our team will stand ready to help provide guidance and technical assistance in all of those areas. Literacy, though, doesn't just live in the legislative language. Literacy really spans K-12 and birth to 5. So at DOE and the Office of Teaching and Learning, we are constantly, again, working within our team to make sure that we're addressing all facets of literacy. But again, I can look around the room and I think about all the folks and all the other divisions. Literacy is not absent from Whole Child. It's not absent from federal programs. Literacy lives with all of us, and we are continuing collaborating. Look at this little snapshot of what's happening, just a couple of resources that are available to help us all as we're growing literacy in the state of Georgia. Over 860 ELA and literacy Inspire resources. I have to tell y'all, we had a Heads Together this morning. We meet bi-monthly. We had over 280 participants in that, and our ELA team did a great job with providing some upcoming some new resources and some upcoming professional learning about writing. My favorite comment in the chat today was, wow, we asked and y'all delivered. And that was like, yes, it made me so happy because that's what they've been asking us for, and our team has done a great job of rolling out a menu of post-planning, summer, and pre-planning writing professional learning to support. Participants, over 8,500 participants in Let's Talk ELA teachers. This means teachers choosing to come on after school hours to talk about ELA and support around the implementation of the standards. And let me correct myself because I'm trying to talk fast and my brain's going faster than my mouth sometimes. 8,514 are the leaders that are joining us in. And then we also run a parallel opportunity, Let's Talk ELA Georgia, 3,031 sessions. And when I tell you there are often 300 to 400 votes on that, I'm not telling you a story. And then we record those and they're made available for later use. You can see all the other different, what's the word I'm looking for? I just went blank. You can see all the other items that are available, but what I hope you see is there are lots of resources that are available in supporting literacy work, whether that is the early literacy work specified by legislation or the literacy work that is happening with our implementation of our new ELA standards. I'm not going to play this video, but this really talks about, we're trying in all of these sessions to bring teachers on, school districts on, so that they are talking about where they are finding success. So this is actually a teacher talking about what is going well in their system, but for the sake of time, I'm not going to play the video, but I'm going to say you have a homework assignment and you can go play this. Early on, I think it was maybe last spring, Amy and I had to, we were doing a talk, the Amy and April show about literacy, and we were starting to have all these different resources. And one of the challenges we always have is we've got great resources. How do we make sure that every teacher knows where they are and can get access to it? So some combination of heads together, and we came up with this idea to create an ELA playbook. So now everything that we release, it goes into this ELA playbook, and it is a quick and easy way for leaders to pull out specific resources and share out, and certainly for teachers to be able to access those as well. We don't just focus on literacy at Georgia Department of Education or in our classrooms across the state. We still teach math, science, social studies, computer science, health and PE, fine arts, and everything in between, right? So let's talk a little bit about math. We're in year 3. I said about January, we got to stop calling these the new math standards. They are not new anymore. They're like the now math standards, right? So like nobody can say new math standards anymore. What we did release in January was a series of mathematics and action videos, real Georgia teachers, real Georgia students, real models of what quality mathematics instruction looks like in the classroom. These are available for teachers right now. We continue to have our unit progressions, our lesson plan progress, lots of resources. Just a reminder that just like there's great resources in ELA, we have these available in all of our content areas. We did have some legislation passed that is focused on mathematics. We call it the Georgia Mathematics Act. The Georgia Math Matters Act, and it's really focused on advanced mathematics pathways. Certainly required instructional time for our 4th and 5th graders, requires that 60 minutes a day or 300 minutes a week. The good news about this is that many of our school districts, because of our new math standard, I just did it, because of our now math standards and many of the courses that were intentionally developed, that we already have many of our LEAs across the state that are offering enhanced algebra concepts and connections, which is a carefully designed course to be taught in 8th grade. It marries 8th grade standards with our algebra concepts and connections course, so that when they take that course in 8th grade, they are taking the equivalent of that high school course. So districts who are already providing that course are already meeting the expectations of House Bill 1030. So we will be continuing to work and provide technical assistance and guidance so that places that are already doing that, they're also making sure they're meeting the expectations of the automatic enrollment. And then schools who have not been able to start that yet, we will certainly be helping them to think about ways that they can go ahead and build that into their master schedules. And certainly, as legislation happens, there's typically some annual reporting that has to happen, and we will be working to make that as seamless as possible for our districts as they engage
in implementation of this.
Dr. Aldridge.
Yes, sir.
I'll just interject just a minute. If I go out and award banners and things, that 8th grade is the most common recognition I give out. It's also the most highest award. I probably give out more of our white ribbons of distinction. That one area.
I was gonna say, they love that white ribbon.
Oh, yeah.
I got to make a couple of visits last year for Superintendent Woods, and when you would roll out the banner and the white ribbon would be on there, they knew what that white ribbon meant, and they were very excited. So a couple of other resources that we were already thinking about before legislation was passed this past session, but that are already available for our districts to start working on, making sure that they're focused on these advanced mathematics pathways. So understanding mathematics content and pedagogy. And we already have an advancing mathematics instruction in the Georgia elementary schools. And that was a joint project between our advanced academic and gifted team and our mathematics team. A couple other ways that I just wanted to share with you that we're investing in Georgia students. You can see these quickly. We've got $171,000+ in computer science capacity grants, over $320,000 in computer science teacher equipment community grants, over $90,000 awarded for our, we call it the GOLD grant, the Georgia Outdoor Learning Demonstration Grant, over $318,000 in international baccalaureate exam fees. Of course, you saw it. There was an item on the agenda today for College Board, which pays for our AP exams, one STEM and our free and reduced fee exam. We also, earlier in the year, you passed an item to pay for PSAT, because those are funds that are provided for all 10th grade students to have the opportunity to take that the PSAT. This one is unique. I just wanted to show you how many different options there are for students when it comes to courses. So over 1,400 different course options, and something that probably doesn't get a lot of attention, but it is a huge win for our leaderships and our teachers and our LEAs. And that is the fact that back in the day when I was a curriculum director, and most of the rest of us over here were curriculum directors, there was this Excel sheet that you had to go in and find all the different course names and course numbers. Well, we have totally taken that document, and it is now completely electronic so that it is housed now in our suitcase. So not only can we find our standards, you also can go in and find every course that is available, the course description, and how it counts toward credits. And that is a huge win, because it helps to serve our districts so that they can use that information to better schedule students into the various options that are available. And what you see on that little, if you're looking at the screen, the right-hand side, that's just a quick snippet of what all that electronic standards and state-funded course codes look like. So as we talk about our courses, we also have been very intentional to work with especially CTAE, to think about all the different pathways that are available in high school. So traditionally, we know about academic pathways, and we know about CTAE pathways. You take the 3 courses in CTAE, right, that are concentrated, or you take 3 or more courses in a certain academic area. But one thing that we're really proud of is we've really begun to think about the fact that we're opening up those pathway options. So we also have advanced academic pathways that honor students who are choosing to take AP, IB, Cambridge courses. And we released this summer, which was our academic career pathways. And that is a thoughtfully intentional blend of CTAE and academic courses, because in the real world, students typically take courses in both of those areas. So we're really excited about how this offers another opportunity for students to be college, career, and post-secondary ready. Creative industries, you might have heard that that's a pretty big deal in the state of Georgia. So as we really look at our high demand list and as we think about the needs in our state, one of the areas that we really focus on is really looking at pathways and opportunities that support creative industries. So not only have we added an advanced fine arts pathways to honor those students who are taking really cool things like AP Music Theory, but we've also created lots of academic career pathways that will be new opportunities for our students in 26, 27. And of course, why do pathways matter? Because when we look at our data, we know that whether they're completing pathways in CTAE or whether they're completing these pathways in the academic or advanced academic areas, those students are having, by what the data shows us, more success as they move toward graduation. So we want to continue to be intentional about things like offering pathways, but we also want to be intentional with opportunities like diploma seals. And these are other ways that students are recognized for not only thinking about what those courses have to do with their post-high school life, but be intentional about how they're connecting the work that they are completing in high school. And this is another way. You can see in fine arts over 9,000, and you can read down from there all the different opportunities that are available to our students. And I'm going to close up in hopefully about 60 to 90 seconds. And I had a whole lot more I wanted to say, but I'm trying to be very mindful of the time. But one of the most important things that we talk about on our team is we can have great technical assistance. We can have great guidance. We can have the best resources. We can have everything perfectly designed. But if we are not getting that message out all the way into every LEA across this state, into every classroom, we continue to have work to do. So we are constantly thinking about how are we communicating, how are we reaching our the folks that we serve, because ultimately how we reach those teachers and leaders is going to impact what's happening in those classrooms for our most important resource, and that is those students that sit in all of those Georgia classrooms. So a couple of things that we are doing. We've been using Right Now resources that goes out every week to over 1,600 subscribers, and it is simply built on a almost like a Facebook type mentality. You get a little bitty kind of blurb, and if you want to know more, you click on it and you dig in, and we keep it all separated by content area. But people who get that get it every single week on Thursdays. One of the things that we added this year, because that actually communicates with leadership, we wanted a way to communicate directly with teachers. And so we launched Teacher Connection, and we were going to be really brave, and we were going to send out a Teacher Connection every 3 months. Well, we've already bumped that up because we've had such positive response to it, and we are completing a Teacher Connection now every 2 months. And you can see that we already have over 7,000 subscribers. And in 2 days, the last one that we sent out, we had over 3,000 views in just as little as 2 days. That's exciting because for us, if we're reaching that number of people, we know that, you know, Rachel's getting in her classroom, and if she will go talk about it to the person next door or down the hall, that's how we continually grow awareness of what is available to be used. Another thing that we work on, much like our other counterparts in different divisions at DOE, we have a new curriculum directors program, and this is in partnership with our GASIS organization. And we always host a Georgia DOE Curriculum Leaders Conference in September. Again, that's the day before the GASIS conference. Why are these important? Because I want you to understand how many different ways that we are not only creating resources and support, but we're going out there and meeting our folks where they are and helping to provide the professional learning and support that they need. Teaching and learning summits, these flyers don't look like a lot, but what I want you to know behind these flyers is this is 14 different regional collaboratives that we host in partnership with our RESAs. And in each one of these, we had no less than 2 keynotes and probably 8 to 12 breakout sessions where we're engaging 75 to 150 folks every time we move around the state. This has been powerful. Not only do we take information to them, but probably what's most important is we are with the folks that we're serving. We're hearing their voice, we're hearing their celebrations, but we also get to hear their challenges. That's how we knew that writing was on the forefront of many people's minds. And like I said, remember that comment I told you today? Wow, we asked and y'all delivered. And that's really the kind of thing that motivates us to keep moving this work forward. So really excited. I mentioned Heads Together. We meet every 2 weeks with virtually on Heads Together, and we routinely have 250 plus that join us in that conversation. And we continue to talk about the work. We certainly use things like Georgia Community. We use our Inspire. You can see all the different numbers of users and the access there. We use things like Facebook, social media, all of those things to stay connected with those that we serve and support. And as I finish up, I just want to talk about Georgia Classroom. This is our partnership with Georgia Public Broadcasting, and we have lots of things going on. You see Rachel highlighted here with our Classroom Conversations, which is our podcast. We highlight Georgia educators talking about the work. We have our Advanced Learning in Action series. I showed you that, a bigger slide with math, but we also have those in computer science, social studies, and ELA is under production right now. We have our Georgia Artists series that really highlights creative industries. It might have just been nominated for a Southeast Emmy, so we are really excited about that. And we have our Georgia Ed Talk series where we are bringing to Georgia national researchers. We're connecting the research with Georgia practitioners, talking about how to transform research and theory into practice. And then we have our content area specialists who are then breaking that down even further and say, okay, the role of knowledge is the topic. Well, what does that look like in my K2 math class? Or what does that role of knowledge look like in my 6-8 science class? Or what does it look like in my 9-12 social studies class? That's relevant. We take it from the research to the leadership, all the way down to the classroom. So we are really excited. And the last thing that I'm going to share with you, and they're not quite ready yet, but when they are, I'm going to share with you. We have extended our Georgia Ed Talks. And as we went around to all of our teaching and learning summits during the winter, we had 2 to 3 LEAs who shared their impact work. And we allow them to talk about their best practice. We allow them to talk about innovation, ask them to share. What are you doing that's making a difference and an impact in your district? And it was great. It was wonderful. It helps us to celebrate good work. It also helps us to see opportunities or options for what we might focus on. And we are turning all of those into little videos. And again, those will be made available to all of our districts so that they can use those to support their work. I could talk forever about what's going on in teaching and learning. We love our work. We get excited about it. There's lots more I didn't touch on today, but I tried to honor a little bit of what everybody is doing. And don't be mistaken, I just said I, but it is definitely a we. It was a joint effort to put this PowerPoint together. So thank you for letting us share just a little bit. As always, I'm happy to answer questions now, or I'm happy to answer questions anytime that you have them. So.
Thank you, Dr. April. Still have minutes.
I still think I talked longer than I was supposed to, but I did go an hour and 10 minutes.
Thank you very much.
I didn't touch it because I don't want to mess it up.
Everybody, hopefully will be at Melanie's this evening for dinner. All right, we are adjourned to the afternoon. Thank you.
I'll do 7 days at
That's good.
That's why I didn't have any questions, because you were standing at the door.